There will now be a moment of for silent prayer and meditation. You may be seated. It was quite interesting to bow to empty chairs. Honorable members, order. Is there any member that wishes to give a notice of a motion? Honorable Motara, you may start. Can the mic be switched on? Oh, okay.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I hereby give notice that in the next sitting of Council, I shall move that Council notes the 19th of August marked World Humanitarian Day, which recognizes the aid workers who risk their lives in humanitarian services and mobilizes people to advocate for humanitarian action to give support and assistance to those who face disasters and wars around the world. Further notes that every day humanitarian aid workers stand on the front lines of war and disaster, braving tremendous dangers and difficulties to deliver assistance to those who need it most. Further notes, the day was designated by the General Assembly 7 years ago to coincide with the anniversary of the 2003 bombing of the United Nations headquarters in Baghdad, in Iraq, and expresses its support to all the men and women who continue to put their lives at risk to give assistance and support to the needy and those who are victims of wars and disasters. I so move.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I take it that there are no other, yes, Honorable Member. May you just raise your hand so that we take your note you and take your names? Okay.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move with notice that in the anticipation of wide student unrest, which already started to unfold, similar that to the 2015 tertiary academic year, that the Council debates the instability created in tertiary institutions through the delay of the announcement on tertiary student fees for 27. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Makwele.
Thank you very much, Chair. I rise on behalf of the EFF to move that in the House in its next sitting debates why 4 years later, after the ANC government and Mr. Cyril Ramaphosa massacred workers in Marigan, and not even a single person has been appeared in the court of law. I so move.
Thank you very much. Honorable Thandi, sorry to call you Thandi. Yes, you may proceed.
I'm Pambo Sipukana, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move with notice that the Council debates the ongoing deteriorating status of basic education in Vuwani, Limpopo, including the current measures in place to ensure the constitutional right to education that is not being compromised. I so move. Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. I must be honest, I don't have the name, and I'm sorry for that. You may proceed. Okay. Honorable Thabo Setloho.
I raise on behalf of economic freedom fighters to move that in the next sitting, that the Council must debate the cancellation of municipal debt for unemployed, indigent, and pensioners with immediate effect. I so move.
Thank you very much. Is there any other motion? Okay. That brings us to the end of notices of motions. Now we'll proceed with motions without notice. Honorable Smith, may you proceed?
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this Council notes with dismay that the ANC members of this Council once again disrespected both the Constitution of South Africa and the rule of and orders of this House by steamrolling the Performing Animals Protection Bill through this House. That I categorically warned both the House Chairperson, Honourable Nyambi, and the House at large that there was no quorum at the time in terms of Section 76(2) of the Constitution. That various members of this House, of which Honourable Makua of Gauteng, asked me at the time to wipe the egg off my face. That these members and the House Chairperson are to apologize to me and wipe the egg off their face. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? The motion is objected to, therefore it will not carry through. Honourable Faber.
Thank you, Honourable Chair. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a motion without notice that this House condemns the cold-blooded assassination of Johannes Baatjies. Johannes was shot twice in the head and once in the upper body before being dumped. It is suspected that his murder was politically motivated, as Baatjies received death threats shortly after winning Ward 2 in Daniel Scale on August 3. Zonisile Magawu, the ANC branch secretary in Daniel Scale, party secretary of the ZF Makawu region and ANC ward candidate, was arrested in connection with the murder. 2 other ANC members was also questioned and further arrests are to follow. Johannes was meant to be officially sworn in council at the Katlehopere municipality last Thursday. The intention was that the 2 DA councillors, together with the 2 councillors from the Katlehopere Community Forum, would form a coalition government and take control of the municipality from the ANC. The DA extends our heartfelt condolences to Baatjies' wife and 3 sons, as well as the extended family, who he has sadly left behind. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? Therefore, the motion shall be read as a notice. Honourable Isaac.
There we go. Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the...
Just take a seat. May I take the point of order?
Chair, I think I hear correctly that you said there were objections. I didn't hear the objections. Were there indeed objections to the previous motion? And if so, we didn't see any hands indicating that they object.
Honourable members, I asked if there's any objection to the motion, and there was a yes. There is no rule that says that you must stand up, you must jump, or you must do what. If there's an objection and it is pronounced and I hear it as a yes, there is an objection. Therefore, can we proceed, Honourable Isaac?
Honourable Chairperson, thank you for the opportunity. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this Council notes that the DA and its coalition partners have taken control of 2 local municipalities in Limpopo province. That Councillor Malene van Staden of the DA was elected the mayor of the newly formed Modimolle Mokgopong municipality. That Councillor Johan Abri of the DA was elected as the speaker of the very same municipality. That Councillor Dinkan Mochuene of the DA was elected as the chief whip of council. That Councillor Mida Mosilane of the TRA was then elected as the mayor of Tabazimbi. And that Councillor Bertie Joubert of the DA was elected as the speaker of Tabazimbi. That Councillor Piet Strydom of the DA was elected chief whip of council. That's for chief whip to take notice. That this House congratulates the respective elected councillors and send them best wishes in their task to deliver on the hopes and aspirations of all the citizens of these respective local municipalities. I so move. Thank you.
Is there any objection to the motion? There is an objection to the motion, therefore the motion shall be a notice. Honourable, my mother, Honourable Thandi Mpambo Sibukwana.
At least there's no click on my name. It was easy for you to say it. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this council notes the outstanding victory of the Democratic Alliance in the Western Cape West region municipalities in the 2016 local government election, especially the increase in support in my constituencies, Saldanha and Drakenstein. On behalf of the DA, I wish to congratulate all the mayors of the Western Cape West region. The voters have given you a mandate to lead these municipalities, to provide quality services and to making more progress. As the Democratic Alliance, we further commit to all the voters to continued service delivery to residents of the Western Cape West region to the best of our abilities. I so move. Halala DA, halala.
Is there any objection to the motion? Therefore, because of the objection, the motion shall then read as a notice. Honorable Lund. Honorable Lund. Okay, he was done. Honorable Terplanch. Oh, Honorable Lund is here. Okay. Mike, please. Honorable Lund.
Honourable Chairperson, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a motion that this House congratulate all political parties, including the IEC, on a well-run election in the Eden, Central Karoo and Overberg districts. On the 3rd of August 2016, voters in these three regions had the opportunity to choose their representatives, who they trust to deliver services for the next local government election term. That this House congratulate the IEC on a well-run election leading up to the election days, on the election days itself, and also now in the constituting of the councils. That this House congratulate the record number of political parties and independents who took up their democratic right to participate and offer voters a wide range of choices. That this House congratulate the 8 political parties and independents who, after coalition discussions, have the responsibility to effectively deliver services, and that this House congratulate the ANC for holding 1 mayoral position, other smaller parties for holding 4 mayoral positions, and the DA for increasing their share of the vote and holding 12 mayoral positions. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? Is there, honorable members? No. Honorable members, order. Order. Is there any honorable members' order? Honorable members, Honorable Julius.
Kindly thank you, Deputy Chair. Just for consistency, if you want it a certain way, don't ask twice. Earlier, the honorable member stood up from the DA and asked, "Did you hear?" And you said, "Yes, I heard." Yes. But now, you see,
I'm listening. Honorable Julius, you are addressing me.
Honorable Deputy Chair, for consistency, you didn't at the first time, you didn't hear any no. And you opened it for the second time. If you hear a no, just do like you did at the first instance and just say no, there's no objection to it. Okay. Don't ask twice and 3 times because you want to make sure there's a no.
All right. Honorable members, may I address Honorable Julius? Honorable Julius, there is no need for me to listen to a no because the motion obviously represents that. All I wanted to hear is if there is any objection to the motion. And there was a loud vote, there was a howling that suppressed my ability to hear whether if there is a yes. And I heard a yes, which therefore declares this motion to read as a notice of a motion. Okay, let me hear your point of order.
Don't say, okay, let me have, you must have it. Please, don't say as if I'm wasting your time. I have a right to stand here and say my point of order. Don't say, okay, as if you are doing me a favor, Chair. You are not doing me a favor. The howling that you claim you had was a howling ending, no. Your people never said yes. So you wanted your people to say yes. Never do that, Chair. There was no howling of any word other than no. Please.
Honorable members, is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the motion shall read as a notice. Honorable members, I've made a ruling. Honorable members, I've made a ruling on the matter and I'm proceeding. Honorable Terplanche. Honorable Terplanche. I've made a ruling on the matter. If it is it the same matter? Is it on the same matter?
No, it's another matter.
No, I'm asking, I just want to be sure. Is it on the same matter?
Okay, Chair.
Yeah, I'm asking you, Honorable Mukwele, are you standing
Yes,
on
sir.
a matter that I've ruled on?
Yes.
Therefore, I'm not going to allow you to do that, unfortunately.
But your root.
No, I'm not going to allow you to make any further comment on a matter that I've already ruled on. All right, fine. Point noted then. Honorable Terplanche, may we proceed?
Chairperson.
Sorry.
Chair, I stood before
Yeah, maybe I would need that, especially if members can give me an opportunity to preside. Honorable Terplanche, can you proceed with your motion?
Thank you, Chairperson. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that the Council, that this House also conveys our appreciation to the South African voters for the positive message that their vote sent to the international community in the 2016 local government elections, that a growing DA in local government supports stability and good government, which resulted in strengthening our currency and is changing international perceptions about South Africa as an investment
Just hold,
destination.
Honorable Terplanche. On what point are you rising, Honorable Member?
Chairperson, the rules don't allow for motions to be repetitive in substance. And it's a third. And it's a third motion reflecting on the outcomes of local government election. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, honorable members, order, honorable members, order. The point of order as presented by Honorable Mutara is not sustained. Can you continue, Honorable Terplanche?
Honorable Chairperson, I will just repeat the last part, that a growing DA in local government supports stability and good governance, which resulted in the strengthening of our currency and is changing international perceptions about South Africa as an investment destination. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of the objection, then the motion shall read as a notice. Honorable Prince.
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. I hereby move without notice that one notes
Honorable
utmost
Mikalakis,
pride
your
and
name is on the list that I have in front of me. Just be patient, please. Thank you very much.
One notes our utmost pride and humility, the outstanding performance of South Africa's top athletes, Customer Semenya, who won a gold medal in the women's 800 final in the Rio to 2016 Olympics and Wade van Niekerk as the first ever athlete to have run under 10 seconds and the 100 meter, 20 seconds for 200 meter and 43.3 for 200 meter and smashing Michael Johnson's towering mark of 43.18 seconds record, which has stood since 1999. The reality being seriously challenged and congratulates these great athletes for the prowess to challenge some of the best athletes in the world and smashing historical records, and hopes that one day Parliament will find time to thank them in person in the near future. I so move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Is there any objection to the motion? In the absence of any objection, the motion shall therefore be agreed to in terms of
Chairperson,
sections.
just a correction. I want to support the motion, but I heard customer semenya. It's customer semenya.
In the light of there being no objection, I shall therefore declare the motion as agreed to in terms of section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mokwele.
Ke a go leboga modulasetilo. I rise on behalf of the economic freedom fighters to move without notice that the Council notes one, the 4th year anniversary of the brutal massacre of black mine workers by the ANC government, acknowledge that the ANC was exposed as an anti-black organization that is prepared to spill the blood of black people in protection of the white monopoly capital. Further acknowledge that none of the politicians involved have been held accountable, and some of them continue to sit in these very chambers. Be upheld by the dehumanizing conditions that mine workers live in because of greed prioritized by humanity. Understand that an act of killing black workers for demanding a rightful living wage in protection of white capital marks the ANC as an enemy of the African Revolution. Recognize that mining companies are led criminal organizations engaging in illicit financial flows continue to exploit black workers. Call on relevant authorities to ensure that those who have blood in their hands are held accountable. Further call on this Parliament to nationalize mines for local beneficiation to stimulate local industries.
Honorable Mokwele, your time is up. Is there any objection to the motion? Therefore, the motion shall be read as a notice. Honorable Kaula.
On behalf of the Inkatha Freedom Party, I move a motion without notice that the House congratulates the people of South Africa for the choices they made on the 3rd of August 2016 with the country's recent local government elections. With these elections, the IFP celebrates a number of victories in local municipalities and districts in KwaZulu-Natal. The IFP also celebrates cooperation agreements based on the mandate of the electorate. The IFP went to this election with a simple message saying, trust us, and the voters did. They did so because they know that the IFP doesn't lie. They know the legacy of Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi. People of South Africa have realized that it is possible to turn this country around and place it on a path of growth. What is exciting is that people have stopped waiting for government to do it for them, but they are doing it themselves. The IFP says, thank you, South Africa. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the notice, the motion will read as a notice. Honorable Julius.
Baie dankie, agbare voorsitter. On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that this House congratulates the newly elected DA Mayor in the economic hub of Africa, Johannesburg, the Honorable Herman Mashaba, the DA Speaker, Councillor Vasco da Gama, and the DA Chief Whip, Kevin Wax. That this House also congratulate the newly elected DA Mayor in Mogale City, the Honorable Lynn Panel. The DA is humbled by the mandate the voters and parties has given it to ensure a clear, corrupt-free government that delivers for all and that will work relentlessly towards creating an environment that creates jobs for the people. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, the motion shall then read as in notice. Honorable Engelbrecht.
Mr. Chair, thank you. I move without notice on behalf of the Democratic Alliance that this House congratulates the community of Hammanskraal Tshwane, where the support to the DA increased with over 300% due to the fairness, freedom and opportunity principles that only the DA can deliver to these previously disadvantaged and neglected residents. This House congratulates the DA with the overwhelming support from the voters in Tshwane during the past elections where the DA garnered the majority of the votes. And that this House congratulates the new DA Mayor in Tshwane, the Honorable Solim Simanga, the DA Speaker, Councillor Katlego Radebe, and the DA Chief Whip, Councillor Christo van den Heever. That this House congratulates the DA in Midvaal, where due to continued and increased service delivery, the voters have endorsed the current administration. And that this House congratulates the Mayor, the Honourable Bongani Baloyi, on being re-elected as the Executive Mayor, with Councillor Freddie Peters returning as the Speaker of the House, and the Chief Whip, Councillor Phil Pretorius. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the motion shall read as a notice. Honourable Mashodi? Mashodi, sorry.
Thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with profound sadness the death of the 11 members of the South African Defence Force who perished in the bus accident in the Free State while on their way to the Women's Day event at the Basotho Cultural Village in Clarence. And take this opportunity to convey our profound condolences to the family of deceased and wish those who were injured speedy recovery and those who are in hospital speedy recovery. I so move, Honorable Chairperson.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of there not be any objection, therefore the motion shall be agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Mikalakis?
Thank you, Deputy Chairperson. Last but not least, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that Council notes that the DA and its coalition partners have won its first, but definitely not its last, municipality in the Free State, Metsimaholo, with its seat in Sasolburg, one of the economic hubs of the province. Further notes that the ANC has declined in voter percentage in every single municipality in the province. Further notes that the DA coalition in Metsimaholo, which borders the DA-run municipality of Midvaal in Gauteng to the south, contributes to the vast portion of our country's economic heartland, which is now governed by the Democratic Alliance, and that winds of change are starting to blow further and wider than ever before. Finally, wishes our newly elected mayor for the Metsimaholo Community Association, Councillor Selo Glasa, our new speaker, DA Councillor Arnoldi de Plooy, and Council Whip DA Councillor Linda Gadebe, as well as the DA MCA Mayoral Committee, all the best in eradicating the legacy of bad service delivery left by the ANC, and wish them equally all the best in their endeavors to bring about real and positive change to the lives of the people of Metsimaholo. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? In the light of an objection, therefore, the motion shall read as a notice. Honorable De Beer.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I hereby move without notice that the Council notes with utmost pride the incredible performance of the South African Olympics team at the 2016 Rio Olympic Games. Further notes that the South African Olympics team won a total of 10 medals,
for their outstanding performance and takes this opportunity to convey its utmost pride to the 2016 Olympics team for flying our national flag on the soldiers of world and demonstrating our boundless capabilities. I so move. Thank you.
Objection to the motion? Is there any objection to the motion? In the absence of any objection, therefore the motion shall be agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. On behalf of the ANC, I hereby move without notice that Council notes with profound sadness the death of ANC veteran and former First Chief Whip of the African National Congress in Parliament, Reverend Makenkesi Stofile. Further notes that Reverend Stofile was one of the most industrious sons of our national democratic revolution and very humble giant of our liberation struggle, and a great servant of the people whose name will forever be engraved in the walls of history for the role he played in ensuring that we have a non-racial, non-sexist, democratic, and a prosperous South Africa. He served our movement and the people of South Africa with utmost humility and dedication as the Minister of Sports, where he championed a number of initiatives to transform sports in South Africa, and take this opportunity to convey our heartfelt condolences and sympathy to the Stofile family, comrades, and friends. May his soul rest in peace. I so move.
Is there any objection to the motion? Therefore, the motion shall be agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Honorable Labuskaghni.
On behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move a notice without notice. Notice that the Council congratulate Elsa van Lingen on her inauguration as Executive Mayor of the Kouga Municipality on Friday, 19 August 2016. Elsa van Lingen was the leader of the DA in the NCOP from 2011 to 2016. She fought relentlessly to uphold the mandate of the Constitution and the rule of law within the functions of this Council. We salute her for being a beacon of excellence. We wish her well in her endeavors to ensure that quality services are being delivered to all Kouga residents. On behalf of the DA, we thank the people of Kouga who voted for a government who cares, stands for zero corruption and a clean government. We further note that the City of Cape Town, the DA increased the share of the vote from 41.85% in 2006 to 67% in 2016, while the ANC share decreased from 37.91% to 24.36%. Notably, in Philippi Ward 88, the DA grew from 4% in 2011 to 30% in 2016, and in Mufuleni, the DA grew to 39%, which shows that the DA is governing across the board. This is a resounding endorsement of the DA government under returning Mayor Patricia de Lille, who has been elected to serve the people of Cape Town for another 5 years, and I thus wish to congratulate the Honourable Mayor on this achievement. Further, I wish to congratulate the Speaker, the Chief Whip, and the MICO members in the City of Cape Town. I so move.
Are there any objections to the motion? In the light of an objection, the motion shall then read as a notice. Honourable members, I'll give Honourable Harting the last. You are the last.
Honourable Chair, thank you. There was an attempt with a motion, similar motion, but I believe that this House should do proper justice to what has happened. On the behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I hereby wish to move without notice that the Council congratulate Team South Africa with the winning of 10 medals during the 2016 Olympic Games in Rio de Janeiro. I want to list our medalists. Wade van Niekerk, gold medal.
Honorable Harting, can you just take your seat? See that's where now the objection of Honorable Mutara would have been carried, because there is a similar motion that the House has adopted already. If there was an amendment, for instance, that you wanted to propose earlier on to that motion, the rules would have allowed you to do that. But because of that motion was then adopted, we cannot now want to adopt a similar motion to the one that was adopted earlier.
Honorable Chair, I will delete the two names that was mentioned in the previous
I would
motion.
have advised you, to make a substantive amendment to the earlier motion rather.
Can I do that when the previous one was accepted?
Yes, you can.
Okay, then I
Yes.
would like to amend the previous motion, Honorable
No,
Chair.
don't do it now.
When sure?
No, don't do it now. Don't do it now. The reason why I'm saying don't do it now, because there might be a dispute insofar as the understanding of how that motion read. Rather, hold it, you get Hansard, you get that motion, in the next sitting of the House, you propose.
Honorable
whatever.
Chair, I will delete the two names from my motion that was mentioned. So I move that we acknowledge the medals of Luva Manyongwe, a silver medal in the long jump, Sonet Viljoen, silver medal in the javelin, Henry Skuman, bronze medal in the triathlon, Cameron
Honorable,
van der Burg,
Honorable Hatting, please,
silver medal.
please, just bear with me.
You don't
Please,
want to acknowledge these people.
No, take your seat, my chair.
You don't want to acknowledge
Honorable
these people.
member, honorable member,
Honorable Chair, just when you get your direct...
honorable member, take your seat. The earlier motion that was adopted by this House referred to congratulating Team South Africa for the achievements. Team South Africa, which is all inclusive. So please don't do what you're not supposed to do. Take my advice, and therefore, can we then meet in my office so that we see how that we proceed with that motion, and then in the next sitting of the House, you can still present the motion. There's nothing that stops you from doing that. All I'm avoiding is a repetition. Please don't do that.
No,
If your motion is about congratulating Team South Africa, please don't do that.
No, thank you. I'll take your advice and come and have tea in your office.
Please, thank you very much. That was the last motion. Unfortunately, Honorable Makue, is that a motion? Yes, may I take a point of order?
I hope that the House would appreciate it, that as Africans we have a position that if someone has died, we take it very seriously. The Honorable Faber presented a motion to this House on a leader, councillor, that died in the Northern Cape, and that motion was not accepted. We have a position as this House Chair that we will not oppose it. The reason for the opposition, if I can state my own, is that there are political nuances that comes through in it. If it was a, my point of order is,
no,
Chair.
no, Honorable Makue, may I not allow you to do that? That would have, no. Honorable Makue is correct. He is correct. But he did it very, very late. Because you could have proposed an amendment to that motion and still then not object to it. But it was already objected to. So we can't even discuss that motion. But at the point when it was presented, we could have allowed an amendment to the motion. Thank you very much. Honorable members, we proceed now with the business of the day, and we would note that for the very first time, I was quite lenient today. I allowed members enough time with motions. So I will allow the Secretary to then read the first order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Economic and Business Development, International Convention on Liability and Compensation for Damage in Connection with Hazardous and Noxious Substance by Sea 2010 HNS Convention.
Honorable Ntebe.
Thank you so much, Chair. The Select Committee on Economic and Business Development considered the ratification of the Hazardous and Noxious Substance HNS Convention of 2010 after it was presented by the Department of Transport on the 16th of August this year. The convention was first adopted in May 1996 under the auspices of International Maritime Organization, IMO, and was then amended by the protocol in 2010. The committee deliberated on what was being covered under this convention and how the associated levies are charged to the ship and cargo owners, and also sought clarity on the claim processes with the HNS fund administered by the Secretariat. The committee established that HNS cargoes include bulk solid, liquids including persistent and non-persistent oils, liquefied gases such as liquefied natural gases, LNG, and liquefied petroleum gases, LPG, and other distinct package substances. The list of hazardous and noxious substances is based on the IMO conventions and codes designed to ensure that maritime safety and prevention of pollution is therefore ensured. Over and above this list, the convention also covers the whole range of other dangerous substances, posing a threat to the sea pollution as they appear under the International Maritime Dangerous Goods, IMDG codes. In terms of the convention, other bulk solids such as coal and iron ore, bulk oil, bunker fuel oil, and radioactive materials are excluded from the list. The purpose of this convention is to ensure that adequate, prompt, and effective compensation for damages to persons and property in the event of spillage of hazardous substances transported by the sea is covered. This covers the costs of cleanup operations, measures of reinstatement of the environment, and economic losses caused by the maritime transport of hazardous and noxious substances. Having considered this report, as South Africa is the committee, as South Africa is already a signatory to the MAPOL of 1976/78 International Treaty, which has been domesticated into Maritime Pollution Act of 1981, which further states that ship owners are only liable for maximum threshold of 120 million for sea spillages. As it stands now, any huge spillage to the sea and cargo owners exceeding this threshold in terms of the local legislation and the hazardous and noxious substances by the Sea Convention of 2010, the government of non-signatories will not be held liable. In protection of the interest of South Africa and its fiscal resources, and having considered it and consultation by the Department of Transport with the state law advisors and the Portfolio Committee on Transport, the Select Committee recommends the ratification of the convention. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. Chairperson of the committee. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall allow provinces an opportunity to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration of vote? In the absence of any, we shall then proceed with the voting, and in doing so, we shall then call provinces in an alphabetical order. Eastern Cape?
Support.
Free State?
Free State agrees, Chair.
Gauteng?
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu-Natal? KwaZulu-Natal?
All agrees.
Limpopo? Put it on record, no? Mpumalanga? Northern Cape?
Northern Cape agrees, Chair.
Northwest?
Puso ya bokone bophirima ya batho ya dumalana.
Western Cape?
Support.
All 9 provinces voted in favor. We therefore declared the report as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. Secretary will read the second order of the day.
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Social Services, draft regulations on levies and fees pertaining to Community Schemes Ombud Service.
Honorable Clement.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair, Honorable Minister, special delegates, honorable members. It is an honor for me, Honorable Chair, to present these regulations just after the elections. I do want to say, Honorable Chair, I'm very much motivated, revitalized, and sharpened by the fact that democracy in South Africa is maturing each and every year. We want to officially congratulate the IEC for having delivered the free and fair local government elections 2016. Congratulations to Chairperson Mashinini and the entire team. This was besides the prophets of doom who had prophesied when he was appointed that he does not qualify because he's too close to the president. But I think they're all celebrating today. We want to congratulate the IEC for the clean elections. Honorable Chair, I also want to thank those, I will be making a mistake if I don't thank those who fought for this democracy, which is enjoyed by all of us today, including the oppressors of the time, and those who were not born by then, when the struggle was on. Who happened is either because of ignorance or lack of knowledge or because of anger, decided to sell the struggle. Honorable Chair, I'm just imagining, yesterday we were holding our mouths when the EFF was calling EDA openly racist. But today they're in one blanket. I want to thank those who voted for the ANC.
Can you take a seat, Honorable Member? Let me take a point of order.
On a point of order, Chair. Modula Stilo, ke nagana gore mme fa o mo podiumong go presenta report e tshwantseng e adoptiwe ke House. And then o aketsa South Africa re EFF e mo coalitioning le DA ga bui nnete. We voted with DA. We are not in coalition. The ANC is in coalition with Freedom Front in Rustenburg local municipality. We still maintain our sentiment that DA remains, represent the racism. We still maintain that.
I want to know, honorable members, order. Honorable Mukweli, what is the point of order that you're raising?
The point of order is that the Honorable Kathy is misleading South Africa.
Okay. Honorable members, I would not carry the point of order. And I would appeal to all of us that let's not raise points of order, of debates by using or abusing the rules of the House. May we please avoid that kind of a situation. Honorable Kathy, can you continue with the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. If I was the DA, I was not going to celebrate this honeymoon they have today, knowing the EFF for who they are. It's a matter of time. We'll wait and see. Honorable Chair, in terms of the background...
Honorable Mukweli, can you take your seat, Honorable Chair? Honorable Mukweli, can I address you? Can I address you, please? Can I address you, Honorable Mukweli? Please.
When you address me, you must also address him.
Can I address you?
I don't have any problem in you addressing me, but you must also address him.
Honorable Mukweli, can I address you? May you please avoid are interrupting with another speaker whilst the speaker is at the podium. Honorable member, or the honorable member is at the podium. Honorable member, may you avoid doing that. May you avoid doing that. This is a political platform. It's for the member to address the House in whatever way that she wants to address the House. Honorable Dlamini, can you continue with the debate?
I was just greeting them, Honorable Chair. In terms of the background, the President of the Republic of South Africa promulgated and asserted the Community Schemes Ombud Service Act and the Sectional Title Schemes Management Act in 2011. However, the date for this act will come to force has not yet been proclaimed. Subsequent to that, Minister of Human Settlement published the draft CISO's regulations and STSMA regulations in the Government Gazette on the 2nd of October 2015 for public to comment. Information session and consultation were held during October and November 2015. After the draft regulations were published, apart from the general public, stakeholders included the Office of the Registrar of Deeds, the National Association of Managing Agents, and the Associations of Residential Communities. It should be noted that before the formation of CISOs, there had been no effective regulation. For example, there had been no quality checks and control over schemes governance documents, such as body corporate rules and homeowners association. There had also been a lack of education and awareness of consumer rights, and as well as a lack of effective dispute resolution mechanisms. There were further more powers imbalances between ordinary individual units owners and the body corporate agents and homeowners association. Establishment of the CISOs marked the beginning of a new regulatory regime. The process in terms of the adoption, the Select Committee on Social Services had been previously briefed on CISOs and SMA regulations on a previous occasion prior to Parliament closing for the August 2016 local government elections, after regulation had been referred to the committee by the National Assembly. After the committee thoroughly deliberated on the regulations, Mr. Hutton, I will give a reason later why he decided not to vote, from the Democratic Alliance did not support or approve the regulation. Other than Mr. Hutton, all members of the committee supported the regulation with concern. It was approved with concern. Reason being that there was an extensive involvement in terms of consultation by the Portfolio Committee, which did not give enough time to the Select Committee to look at the regulations. So members raised concern based on that if there is a document to be referred to the committee, it should be done on time so that committee members will give themselves time to avoid rubber stamping. The Select Committee learned that there has been a lengthy process by the Portfolio Committee, which included international benchmarking in the exclusion of the Select Committee, and there was not enough time given to the Select Committee to process concerns raised by members. So therefore, the bill was approved with, the regulations were approved with concerns. We therefore present these regulations to the House for consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. That concludes the debate. I shall now put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first allow provinces to make a declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any province that wishes to make a declaration of vote? Western Cape? Either way.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I was contemplating to do a declaration or not, but based on the report that the chairperson gave, I'm going to do this declaration. The Western Cape supports the Community Ombud Service Act regulations on the Community Schemes Ombud Services. This is a major step forward to protect the rights of more than 1 million South Africans paying monthly levies to sectional title schemes. However, we have to raise a concern about the process that was followed, and the chairperson referred to the fact that the bill was dealt in NA just before we broke for the election period. And in the first week after we came back, the report was done and the regulations were done in the Select Committee. In the presentation, and therefore based on that, in the presentation presented to the Select Committee, no mention was made of the role of the Select Committee and the National Council of Provinces confirming the view that the Department of Human Settlements regarded the role of the NCOP as a mere rubber stamping of the National Assembly decisions. This was further amplified, or exactly amplified, by the inability of the department to respond to questions about the budget of the Community Schemes Ombud Service and the calculations which arrived at a levy of 2%. Based on that, at that stage, the member of the Select Committee didn't support the bill. However, we phrased this, and there's an ongoing concern about the procedures and the processes followed by the NCOP. We do support the regulations. The Western Cape do support the regulations.
Any other province? In the absence of any, we shall then proceed with the voting, and we'll do that by calling provinces in an alphabetical order. Eastern Cape.
Siyaxhasa.
Free State. Gauteng.
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu-Natal.
KwaZulu-Natal, I support.
Limpopo. Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga agrees.
Mpumalanga.
Mpumalanga agrees.
Northern Cape.
Northern Cape agrees.
Northwest.
Northwest agrees.
Western Cape.
Dumela.
All 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the third order of the day.
Consideration of Immigration Amendment Bill, Bill 5 of 2016, and report of Select Committee on Social Services thereon.
Honorable Dlamini.
Select Committee on Social Services, Honorable Chair, thank you very much for the opportunity. Would like to present the Immigration Amendment Bill, B5 of 2016, as Section 75 bill. On the 17th of March 2016, the Immigration Amendment Bill was introduced in the National Assembly by the Portfolio Committee on Home Affairs. The Immigration Amendment Bill 2016 seeks to amend Section 32 of the Immigration Act number 13 of 2002, the Principal Act, to more clearly provide that foreign nationals who overstayed in the Republic beyond their visa expiry date do not qualify for a port of entry visa, a visa admission into the Republic of, or a permanent residence permit during the relevant prescribed period. This is in order to provide for an adequate sanction for foreign nationals who have overstayed in the Republic beyond the expiry date of their visa. South Africa is so beautiful. Sometimes they come hoping that they will stay for a few days and then they overstayed. Currently, Section 31 of the Immigration Act number 13 of 2002 caters for a number of categories of foreigners which may be declared undesirable by the Director General and which thereafter shall not qualify for a port of entry visa, entry into the Republic, or a permanent resident permit. One of these categories in terms of Section 31H includes those persons who have overstayed the prescribed number of times. The wording of this subsection has created many interpretational challenges in that some have interpreted it to mean that a foreigner must have overstayed beyond the expiry of his or her visa on more than one occasion. However, it was never the legislature's intention to only declare an illegal foreigner undesirable once they have overstayed more than one time. As evident from Regulation 27 of the Immigration Regulations 2014 provision is made for a declaration of undesirability for particular period of time after a foreigner has overstayed for the first time. In this respect, Regulation 27 provides that a person who overstayed for a period not exceeding 30 days may be declared undesirable for a period of 12 months. Furthermore, a person who have overstayed more than 30 days may be declared undesirable for a period of 5 years. As a result of the confusion, the bill intends to clarify the issue of whether an illegal foreigner who has overstayed only one occasion will be granted a visa or entry in the Republic. In terms of the process, after the Immigration Amendment Bill was referred to the Select Committee for concurrence on the 25th of May 2016, the Select Committee received a briefing from the Department of Home Affairs as well as Parliamentary Legal Advisor on the bill. Though the bill is a Section 75 bill, the committee is or was expected to do public hearings during the week of the 25th and July 2016. The Select Committee sent out an invitation to interested persons and institutions to submit written representations on the bill by the 8th of August 2016. The committee received 2 written public submissions. The first was from Mr. Kahisho Hepimtumi, and the second one was from Business Unit South Africa, BUSA. During the deliberation with the Department of Home Affairs, the Select Committee raised issues from the written public submissions and proposed that these issues be considered. And the committee was convinced that the issues that were raised by the 2 presentations or submissions were indeed covered by the bill. Before the bill was adopted, the Select Committee on Social Services needed a clarity on the following matter issues. The amendment contained in the bill, were they constitutional? We did not want to find ourselves that the bill is returned back because it was not compliant with the Constitution. Concerns raised in submission received, I've already alluded to that we were convinced that all the issues raised were covered by the bill. The application process for extension of a visa, even under exceptional cases, was a lengthy debate. The committee wanted to know what will happen if a person gets sick in South Africa and is not able to go out of the country. What will be the process followed, which was clarified by the department and the legal team. Members also stressed the importance of vetting that needed to be done when South Africa considered visa application and the collaboration of information received during the vetting process. Department of Home Affairs should ensure that information received during vetting was authentic. It is all good and well that corporate visas were granted, but committee members wanted to know if, before a corporate visa is given, do they coordinate or communicate with relevant sectors to ensure that there is no perception that foreigners are taking jobs for South African, but we're convinced that there is that process, that before they agree, there is coordination between different sectors. And also, those people who are applying, who will be recruited to come and work in South Africa, they do show face, not just a blanket visa, there are names attached. We therefore, as a select committee, agreed on the bill and adopted the bill. So the Select Committee would like to submit to the House for consideration of the bill. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Then put the question, and the question is that the bill be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 63, I would first allow political parties to make their declaration of vote if they so wish. Is there any political party that wishes to make a declaration of vote? Democratic Alliance?
Honorable Chair, Deputy Chair, on behalf of the Democratic Alliance, I would like to again today remind this Council that it is the responsibility of Parliament to pass legislation and to see that legislation is effective and well done and it can be implemented to the benefit of all people. The Democratic Alliance does support this bill. I just want to draw the attention of this Council to the fact that the leading party in this House only represents 22 people. If the opposition was not here to support you on this bill again today would not have been passed because there's no discipline in the leading party. I so thank you.
Any other political party? In the absence of any political party, we shall then proceed with the voting. I am informed that we are comfortably over a quorum. Therefore, we shall proceed with the voting. No, not because of any other thing. No. Honorable members, because of now this is a party voting, meaning therefore members will be voting now as individuals, because it's in accordance with Rule 63. Can we just check whether if our voting systems are working? All of them? Okay. You understand how it works? Yes, it's there. No, it's there. Abstain is there. Because yesterday I was told that I must remind members that we are now on question 63. So I was just reminding you. I'm just reminded quickly on whether to check whether if all members have logged in, including special delegates. Or is that, oh, okay. Special delegates, have you all logged in? All right. Voting is open. Those who've got a problem, just raise your hand so that you get to be attended to. This is my result, Benny. Voting is closed. Have we all voted, honorable members? All right. Honorable members, the system is so sophisticated. I do have the results on my we have 37 members who voted in favor, 4 against, and no abstinence. Therefore, the majority of members have voted in favor of the adoption of the bill. Therefore, the bill is agreed to in terms of Section 75 of the Constitution. We shall then proceed now with the fourth order of the day. You don't even applaud yourself after voting. How?
Consideration of report of Select Committee on Trade and International Relations, Economic Partnership Agreement between the SADC EPA states of the one part and the European Union and its member states on the other part.
Honorable Makue.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Chairperson, Honorable Members, Minister Radebe, provincial MECs present here, and the Salga rep. The Select Committee on Trade and International Relations was briefed on the 17th of August on the South African Development Community and European Union Economic Partnership Agreement. The briefing was competently done by Ms. Nikki Kruger, the Chief Director of Trade Negotiations from the Department of Trade and Industry. Members of the Select Committee welcomed the briefing and unanimously agreed on the presentation thereof to this House for approval, and that is that South Africa ratifies the agreement. The agreement was taken through the legal process in South Africa, through the Department of Justice and Constitutional Development and the Department of International Relations and Cooperation as per the requirement. Both departments found that the agreement is not in conflict with any domestic laws and is also consistent with international law and the country's international obligations. A summary of the more than 3,000 pages of the Economic Partnership Agreement between South African Development Community, which we call the IPA states, of the one part, and the European Union and its member states of the other part. During the briefing, we dealt with the following aspects: the approach to the negotiations, the background of the SA-EU trade relations, the background on the Economical Partnership Agreement trade relations, the background of the EPA negotiations, the implications of the agreement, the improvement that this agreement is bringing on the TDCA that I will speak to just now, Chair, with regard to market access, the improvement on the TDCA itself in its textual provisions, and the South African and European Union geographical indications, the milestones that we have reached, the way forward, and a conclusion. Chairperson, the full Economic Partnership Agreement is a voluminous document, over 3,000 pages, and this statement will therefore only concentrate on some of the key elements. The approach adopted from our side as a country in the trade negotiations is informed by support to the national development objectives set out in the National Development Plan and the National Growth Path, and also the Industrial Policy Action Plan. The approach is also geared to provide opportunities that will increase exports of value-added products. Within the context of the SADC and the South African Customs Union, SACU, consultations were held to protect our common external tariff and support regional integration and economic development. Regarding the background, it is important to note that SA-EU trade relations have been governed by the trade chapter of the Trade and Development Cooperation Agreement, TDCA, that I referred to earlier. This TDCA is the first comprehensive trade agreement South Africa completed with a developed country. In the tariff schedule, South Africa committed to grant duty-free access to 86% of EU imports over 12 years, and this was fully implemented in 2012, while the EU liberalized 95% of South Africa's import over 10 years, and this was fully implemented in 2010. The uneven market access in agriculture was a major challenge in these negotiations and also the agreement. The agreement also emphasized, or rather the agricultural challenge was also emphasized by other African countries during the 2015 World Trade Organization meeting that was held in Kenya, in Nairobi, Kenya. As we are all aware, the European Union remains South Africa's main trading partner. Total trade increased from 374 billion rand in 2011 to 536 billion rand in 2015. And this is an increase of 43%. Total trade has grown by 257% since the agreement was implemented in the year 2000. Automotive vehicles, aircraft transport equipment, as well as machinery and appliance contributed 24% and 11% respectively in our exports to the European Union in 2015. There is room for improvement and the creation of a sustainable jobs based on the NGP and NDP. One of the many important implications of the negotiations is that South Africa was granted the opportunity to address the TDCA's shortfalls. The EPAs provide South Africa with an opportunity to improve market access better than the TDAA, particularly on fisheries products, as well as 32 agricultural products. And these include, amongst others, new access on 150 kilotons of sugar and 80 kilotons of ethanol. Improved quota for wine from 50 million liters to 110 million liters, more than double the original quota. Improved duty preferences on flowers, some dairy and fruit products, and also on canned fruit. Several of the people that we serve in our provinces are drawing the benefits of these improvements. Chairperson, the protocol addresses the issue of protection of South Africans' wine names, exported to the European Union and vice versa, as well as protection of agricultural products such as rooibos tea, karoo lamp, and honeybush tea. Allow us to share the milestones. IPA was initiated on the 15th of July 2014. IPA legal scrubbing was concluded on the 23rd of October 2015. The agreement was endorsed by the South African Cabinet on the 31st of July 2016, and IPA was signed on the 10th of June 2016 in Kasane, Botswana. Implementation happens after ratification. For proper and maximization of benefits, implementation institutions will be established and public awareness for civil society will be carried out. The IPA negotiations created an opportunity for SACU member states to comply with all our obligations under the SACU Agreement of 2002, which calls for the member states to review or negotiate new trade agreements together. Chairperson, we welcome and appreciate the commendable work undertaken in the IPA negotiations under the auspices of the Department of Trade and Industry and the leadership of Minister Rob Davis on behalf of South Africa and our people. It is my pleasure to request that the NCOP approve the ratification of the new IPA, the additional protocol, and its accompanying memorandum in terms of Section 231 of the Constitution of 1996. I so move, and thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I shall then put the question, and the question is that the report be agreed to. In accordance with Rule 71, I shall first ascertain if there's any province that wishes to make a declaration of vote. Is there any province? In the absence of any, we shall then proceed with the voting. Eastern Cape,
Eastern Cape supports.
Free State,
Free State, ke dumellana le wena, Honorable Chair.
Gauteng,
Gauteng agrees.
KwaZulu-Natal,
KwaZulu-Natal iyavuma.
Limpopo,
Limpopo ya dumela.
Mpumalanga,
Mpumalanga agrees.
Northern Cape,
Northern Cape agrees.
Northwest,
Northwest agrees.
Western Cape.
Die Weskaap ondersteun.
All 9 provinces voted in favor. I therefore declare the report as agreed to in terms of Section 65 of the Constitution. The Secretary will read the 5th order. Or which is the subject for discussion. May I take the opportunity to welcome the Minister to the House and invite the Minister to introduce the subject matter for discussion.
Deputy Chair of the NCOP, honorable members, special delegates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Today is yet another important occasion when we celebrate the continued buttressing of our constitutional democracy, of what many call the 1994 miracle, when we transitioned from the apartheid order to the new democratic dispensation. On this August month, in which we celebrate the struggle for the emancipation of women against gender oppression and marginalization, it is an opportune moment to highlight the meaning of the Constitution on gender equality. Our Constitution is the soul of the nation, its DNA, and its main navigation instrument. As we reflect on the 20th anniversary of our Constitution, we do so mindful of the promise the Constitution makes to the people of our land. The Constitution would be a useless document if it does not speak to the socio-economic conditions of all of our people. As an enabling instrument for the attainment of our socio-economic objectives, the Constitution is the springboard to further accessible education, sufficient housing to ensure shelter for all, food security even for the poorest, access to affordable health, and ownership of property. The real meaning and essence of our Constitution is its fulfillment. And this can be done through the various programs by the private sector, government, and the NGOs. Since the adoption of our Constitution in 1996, we were fully conscious of the fact that we needed to consolidate our laws so that, as the Constitution directs, every apartheid law that was inconsistent with it was repealed and replaced by just laws. But very importantly, we're also conscious that the Constitution is not just about laws, but it is about material welfare of South African people. The 20-year review report on the work government has done to transform our country sought to reflect on the promise of the Constitution of a better life for all without any racial, gender, or any form of marginalization and discrimination. As this being the Women's Month, it is important to highlight that we have made strides in the transformation of women's lives to bring parity with their male counterparts in the workplace, including leadership roles in government, private sector, and society at large. This 20-year report speaks of the strides we've made in rural development, electricity, water provision, education, healthcare, social grants for the very poor, and houses. All these are material conditions that this Constitution envisages for our people. 20 years after the adoption of this Constitution, we can safely declare that we continue on the trajectory that has been the birth certificate of our democratic dispensation. Values which unite our people even against the backdrop of the very deep divisions of the past. This is a call towards the speedy implementation of the ethos of our Constitution that our founding president, the late Nelson Mandela, had the honor of charting. As a tribute to Nelson Mandela and all the stalwarts of our struggle, as well as the unsung heroes and heroines, we must make the Constitution a living document in the daily experiences of our people. The National Development Plan is the blueprint that our people, led by the National Planning Commission, drafted as the consensus interpreting this Constitution's promise of a better life for all. Very important in breaking the neck of the vicious circle of the legacy of the past is to emancipate the youth through education, through skills development, and the support for entrepreneurship. As the statistics continue to indicate, our youth continue to bear the brunt of unemployment and consequently the devastating effects of inequality and poverty. We have given concrete interpretation on the promise for a better life amongst the youth by drafting and adopting the National Youth Policy 2020, which is informed by the overall thrust of the National Development Plan. Honorable members, like the National Development Plan, NYP 2020 will remain a pipe dream if national, provincial, and more importantly, local government institutions do not integrate it into their programs. As we celebrate the 20th anniversary of the Constitution, let us make a solemn pledge to the youth that our legacy will be a greater effort in implementing the radical transformation programs that will give the youth of our country the various constitutional principles life into their lived experiences. Let it be a pledge by this august House, as we do when we are sworn in as its honorable members, that we will abide by the Constitution's historic calls, the call to action to heal the divisions of the past, which are most pronounced amongst the youth of our country, women, and people with disabilities. Honorable members, the picture that I'm trying to paint to you is that this Constitution is as much about the laws as it is about the material, socio-economic conditions of our people. This Constitution is not just a document to be celebrated as legally foolproof, but a mandate to change and to change the lives of our people. The NDP Vision 2030 calls on us to halve poverty by 2030 and to radically reduce unemployment and inequality, undoubtedly in what would make proud the architects of our Constitution. Let us therefore steam ahead and implement the NDP. Just this weekend, we launched brand identity of the NDP because we want this broad architecture to be embedded in the minds and hearts of each and every South African. This is not just government plan, but it is a plan of the people of South Africa. And because it is the plan by the people and for the people of South Africa, its success does not rest only on government or this parliament, but to our people as a whole. It is our considered view that much of the economic activities that must improve our people's lives rely on what the private sector does or must do to confront the trio challenges of unemployment, inequality, and poverty. We make an appeal to the private sector to commit itself, working side by side with organized labor and government, to realize the objectives of the NDP Vision 2030, and by extension, the various values of a better life for all as enshrined in our Constitution. On this occasion, we look back with pride on the strides we have made, which should inspire us that as we can also defeat the current challenges as we look forward to a brighter future for all. Not because of the amount of criticisms that we can make, but because of the critical actions we are all prepared to take to transform our country into the image of the Constitution. We have all of us embraced this Constitution that has become a model of constitutionalism the world over, a cardinal pointer on the path we must traverse, not only as South Africans, but as humanity as a whole. It is precisely because of the promise that can be deciphered from the Constitution, the high ideals and premium it puts on the rights of each and every citizen and every sojourner who traverse our soil, that on this occasion we take stock of the strides we have made to fulfill its historic call. From a divided past, we fought each other to the death, but today we have come to embrace our differences as enriching our democratic order, as most reflected even in this august house. But despite our political differences and political views, together we have sworn our allegiance to the values enshrined in this priceless document, which is the supreme law of the land. It was through the wisdom of the ancient Greeks that the shedding of blood cannot be a permanent feature of political, social, and economic relations, but that instead principles of political, social, and economic relations can mediate amongst the people, permitting their various differences while fostering a solidarity of common nationhood. This, I believe, inspired Archbishop Emeritus Desmond Tutu to charge that ours is a rainbow nation. This Constitution is a codification of the values that we aspire for as a nation. It is also a negation of the values which divided us in the past and caused untold pain on the victims of violence, murder, repression, and marginalization. This Constitution sets forth and reaffirms our common citizenship as a people. Honorable members, our constitutional dispensation emphasizes the role of the three arms of the state as they dovetail to strengthen our constitutional democracy. In addition, the Chapter 9 institutions remain important instruments in the check and balances of our democratic order. This House also is seized with appointment of the next public protector, and this process has been open to the public scrutiny, reflecting of our maturing constitutional democracy. What will undermine our constitutional democracy are not our ideological views. The real threat to our Constitution is if we fail to bring parity between its noble promise and the lived experiences of South African people. It is precisely why, in its preamble, the Constitution enjoins all of us to heal the divisions of the past. As some have observed, our people were not fighting for mere lofty ideals, but were fighting for food, fighting for shelter, and to be protected against the forces of injustice. As I conclude, allow me to reiterate that the National Development Plan must be implemented in a radical and urgent manner, consistent with the desire to defeat the scourges of poverty, inequality, and unemployment. The challenges of race relations must be attended to and not whitewashed through mere cosmetic hugs and kisses, but through the fundamental socio-economic reorganization and transformation of South African society. In this way, we could say without any fear of contradiction that this constitution is the very soul of the South African nation, its DNA, and the cardinal pointer and guarantor of our constitution, democracy, and our collective future. Our constitution holds the promise of a greater future because we believe our children and our children's children will continue on this grand trajectory to uplift our South Africa to take its rightful place among the freedom-loving nations of the world that pride themselves with non-racism, democracy, and prosperity for all. It is in this way that we can collectively declare, as President Mandela did on the occasion of his inauguration, that never and never again shall this country be the skunk of the world. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. Honorable Mikalakis.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, 20 years ago, Deputy President Thabo Mbeki made his famous "I'm an African" speech to mark the occasion of the passing of the Constitution in Parliament. It was a momentous occasion which signified a great milestone not only for South Africa and its people, but the whole continent. We carried the hopes and dreams of millions of Africans in the fact that a nation from this continent could produce the most progressive constitution that the world has ever seen at that time. Most members of this House has had the benefit that my generation does not have, that of being able to convey the story of the founding of our Constitution a lot better because they lived through it. I often regard these accounts of history with the greatest sense of awe and gratitude for the foresight that leaders from all different stakeholders had in building a future for my generation and our children. However, I also believe that the architects of the Constitution would agree with me that this is not a document designed only with the past in mind, but aimed at the future, which makes the younger generation uniquely positioned to bring a new perspective to the debate. My generation sits with a document in our hands that has ensured us of a present and future that many of those who came before us, those who wrote this document, never had the privilege to experience themselves. We are the beneficiaries of a national heritage that define us as a nation. Over its existence of 2 decades, the true hero of our democracy is undoubtedly the Constitutional Court, which has done more than its part to shape this law to become not only a mere piece of legislation, but a living document that ensures maximum freedom for all our citizens in their everyday lives. This includes, among others, the findings in 1995 that the death penalty and judicial corporal punishment is unconstitutional, the confirmation of the right to freedom of choice when it comes to the termination of pregnancy, government's obligation in terms of housing relief, the protection of customary law, and the recognition of same-sex marriage in 2005. Through these decisions, South African society has, in law at least, been at the forefront of progressiveness and openness, which placed us decades ahead of some of the leading countries in the world, a fact which we as South Africans can be immensely proud of. However, Deputy Chairperson, in recent years we have heard more and more about the threat that our Constitution is under. This is not just windy rhetoric by the opposition parties. Recently, the Constitutional Court ruled that the President, I quote, failed to uphold, defend, and respect the Constitution as the supreme law of the land, and that the National Assembly flouted its obligations, acted unlawfully and inconsistently with the Constitution in its handling of the Nkandla matter. Suddenly, we no longer had a constitutionalist leader who placed the law above all people, but rather a man who regarded the Constitution as no more than a footnote to a disposable report filled with inconvenient truths. When President Mandela signed the Constitution into law in 1996, he had by his side, on his invitation, Helen Suzman. A small fact which I am immensely proud of. The father of our great nation requested the mother of my political party to join him in granting the gift of liberty to all our people. Because this Constitution contains the best of his values and hers. It defines what most reasonable South Africans believe in politically: individual liberties, justice, the rule of law. Deputy Chairperson, there was a time when the majority, nearly all our leaders, believed in these values. There are many of them who still do. It was easy when the man they followed was an embodiment of the values enshrined in our Constitution. The difficulty today is that their leader is an exact antithesis thereof. There's a saying that bad things happen when good people do nothing. Good people's reputation suffer when they do nothing to stand up when the Constitution is disregarded for the sake of one man. When institutions that were designed to support our constitutional democracy, such as the Public Protector, the Human Rights Commission, the IEC, and even Parliament, are undermined, abused, or infiltrated to the advantage of those who place their own interests above that of the country. The ANC can come up with arguments and justifications for what can be described as nothing other than an assault on our Constitution under the presidency of Jacob Zuma. But the reality is that when citizens need to approach the Constitutional Court to protect themselves from the abuse of power by the President and the disregard for the Constitution by Parliament, we are facing a constitutional crisis. At the heart of this crisis may be one man, but the rot has spread it so far that it has become a network of cronies that in the end have to tolerate each other at all costs so as to prevent a domino effect. A web of questionable characters scattered with good people who do nothing. We as a nation have been forced to come to a point where we need to ask ourselves how important our Constitution is and how much of it we are prepared to sacrifice for those who don't deserve it. Ultimately, this is the measure by which we as politicians will be judged. The existence of our Constitution as a progressive document with the values of individual liberty at its core is so intertwined with our existence as a democratic nation that the two cannot exist without coexisting. It is for this reason that we need to ensure, despite our differences, that we protect this document and bring it to life where we govern in order to give it meaning that reaches further than mere paper liberty. Deputy Chairperson, my generation has been extremely lucky not to have known the justifiable hate of good people for those who took away their freedom. The same freedom we enjoy under the Constitution today. The generation of the architects of our Constitution wrote this law through compromise. Compromise which I can only imagine must have been painful at times, but so that we do not have to share in the distrust and hatred. But what is the use of being able to say that you fought for democracy or that you helped to form the most progressive constitution in the world only to destroy it again through your actions and through your silence? The time has come for us to make a choice between fleeting men and lasting values. We cannot side with both. We need to decide as a nation and specifically as politicians what legacy we wish to leave our children. I, for one, wish to pass them the baton of values which I have inherited from those who put democracy and integrity before individual leaders and organizations. I'm touching a nerve there. It is up to those good people among us to keep the flame alive. We owe it to the memory of those who came before us, as well as to our children, all of them, at least that. I thank you.
Honorable Mutara.
Honorable Chairperson, Minister in the Presidency, Honorable Jeff Radebe, members of the NCOP, special delegates, guests in the gallery, fellow South Africans. 20 years ago, when the Deputy President of the Republic, Thabo Mbeki, took to the podium in the National Assembly on the occasion of the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic, he so eloquently and passionately tore at our heartstrings as he declared, and I quote, "I am an African," taking us on a journey through our proud yet painful past and heritage, reminding us of what makes us who and what we are. The poetic prowess that former President Mbeki had become known for filled us with pride and joy, left the hairs on the back of our necks standing, and filled our bosoms with a renewed sense of identity that had been so viciously torn away from us and our forefathers through the colonial system of apartheid. In that much celebrated speech, he wove with great poetic finesse the colors, hues, and shades of what makes us unique, what gives us our identity, and what ultimately makes us South Africans. Our Constitution has been heralded by many of our peers as by far one of the most progressive, inclusive, a standard-setting list of ideals and tools that can and should be used effectively in order to build a new nation. The intentions of its authors were to address imbalances of the past, unite a nation behind a new vision, create a balanced, transparent, and fair governance system, and to allow all citizens to feel part of a new whole. The apartheid system saw a determined and rigorous manner of stripping a people of their identity and leaving them in a recurring system of poverty and inequality. Destined to remain second-class citizens in the land of their birth, blacks in the majority and Africans in particular were the intended recipients of the degradation and separation based on race. This classification began from birth, separated a people that should otherwise have been united, and left long-standing imbalances that continue to manifest themselves to this day. At the dawn of democracy, the first battle that needed to be won was to allow every citizen the right to equal choice. This was achieved, but the secondary and most pressing issue became, and still is, the need for economic transformation and redistribution, equal economic opportunities, and a nation that will prosper because the past injustices would have been addressed and abolished. Again, speaking on the occasion of the adoption of the Constitution, former President Thabo Mbeki proclaimed, and I quote, "It recognizes the fact that the dignity of the individual is both an objective which society must pursue and is a goal which cannot be separated from the material well-being of that individual. Herein lies the essence of the intention which sought to address the economic inequalities the Constitution would seek to address. With an extensive chapter on the Bill of Rights, our Constitution spells out what elements of dignity, redistribution, and identity remain at the core of our being in order to bring about economic transformation. The rights to life and freedoms of expression, association, beliefs and opinions, the rights to education, healthcare, housing and property, as well as the rights to access of justice are but some of what will ensure we achieve economic emancipation and equality. Chapters 3, 4, 5, 6 and 7 clearly and in great detail spell out the role of government, with clearly defined roles and responsibilities. The necessary and healthy contradiction between the legislature and executive is encapsulated in these chapters. For our democracy to flourish and for there to be a fair amount of checks and balances, those contradictions need to be at play. At the core of government's responsibility is the constitutional imperative to ensure that in whatever we do, we transform the lives of our people, that we bring them out of the vestiges of poverty onto a path that will lead to the nation's prosperity. We need to pause after 20 years of the adoption of the Constitution and ask ourselves, how much have we done practically to reverse these manifestations that are still evident today? Are the laws that we pass as legislators effective enough and stringent enough to adequately and aggressively lead us onto that path of prosperity? There can be no doubt that South Africa is a much better place to live in today than it was 25 years ago. But has this change and improvement come at the desired pace we require? Has this change reached every citizen as intended by the word and spirit of the Constitution? Has the economy been adequately unlocked for the people of this land, or does it still lie in the hands of a few? Are the majority of our people, black in particular, and African in general, economically emancipated, or are they still a reflection of the manifestations of our painful past? Without belaboring the point, it must be acknowledged that we have made great strides in attempting to turn back the realities of poverty and introducing many more previously disadvantaged individuals into the mainstream economy. But no sooner than government continues in its pursuit of addressing the economic inequalities, that those who are still stuck in the past and don't believe in the redistribution go out of their way to find ways of hampering advancement. A prime example of this is a meeting that was called for this week in Centurion in Gauteng by majority white business owners in order to find ways of interpreting the new BEE codes and ensure that fronting can continue within the ambits of the new codes. How sad indeed. For those amongst us who claim to be adherents of our illustrious Constitution, who hold it in high esteem, who honor the letter and spirit of what the Constitution set out to achieve, may I use this opportunity to appeal to all of us, individually and collectively, to see to it that the rights and dignities as envisioned in the Constitution as adopted 20 years ago will be realized. In it lies the hopes and aspirations of our people, the vision for a united, prosperous, non-sexist and non-racial South Africa. As the former President Thabo Mbeki did in 1996, let me declare that indeed I am an African.
Thank you very much. Honorable members, I'm reliably informed that due to the pressing challenges of the country, we need to excuse the minister. And therefore, Minister, on behalf of the House, may I thank you very much for your availability and the speech. You are relieved. Honorable Mukhosi.
When our country finally enacted our much celebrated constitution in 1996, we had all hoped for a new dawn, free of the pain caused by colonialism and apartheid. We had all hoped for the restoration of lost dignity, for the reclamation of our humanity, and for the return of all stolen resources, the land, the mines, the waters, and all the wealth of this nation, which had been and still continues to be enjoyed by a few whites. The drafters of the Constitution had envisioned a country in which those entrusted with the responsibility of leading us would be men and women of impeccable character, who would put the interests of the nation first and not their own interest. They envisioned a country led by men and women whose joy would be derived from seeing old and young in secure homes, with access to the necessities conducive to the development of a nation all could be proud of. Lo and behold, 20 years down the line, we could not be further from those ideals. 20 years after the adoption of our Constitution, we have a president who has been limping from one constitutional disaster to another. We have a president who forced those under him to build him a mansion with over 250 million, using public funds, and then lied to Parliament and said he had a bond for that mansion. We have a president who was pronounced as having failed to uphold and defend the Constitution by the highest court in the land. We have a president who proudly stood up in Parliament and claimed that the ANC was more important than the country. We can therefore not celebrate this Constitution Day when the head of state is so rotten, so corrupt, and breaks the law with impunity. The Constitution envisioned a future where all young people will be provided with opportunities to study wherever they choose. 20 years later, the ANC government is refusing to implement free quality education for all. The Constitution recognizes the injustices of our past, which included merciless murder of black people by a minority white regime. And yet, 20 years later, South African police, under the instruction of the ANC and its deputy president, the Buffalo Cyril Ramaphosa, murdered black workers in Marikana, whose only sin was to defend a living wage. The Constitution foresaw a future where black women and children would be protected from domestic and other societal forms of abuse. Yes, 20 years later, we have a president who was accused of having raped a family friend who claimed that he used a shower to protect himself from HIV. after go ikapola moshampa. Even worse, the woman who accused him of rape had to be exiled from this country. Her mother's house was burned down by the supporters of Zuma. The constitution, however, is not perfect. It is this very same constitution that protects private property rights annexed by whites through murder of black people. Section 25, subsection 1 of the constitution legitimizes the theft of land by white people, and it delegitimizes the pain and loss of black people suffered over a period of 300 years. As a result, black people are still landless. They are still poor. We offered the ANC our 6% to amend the constitution, and yet they refused. The ANC is anti-transformation, and it is anti-black people. As we celebrate the little achievements we have made, which were despite the ANC, not because of them, we must commit ourselves to ridding this country of the cancer of the corruption promoted by Zuma and the Guptas. This country is no longer governed by the constitution. It is governed by the Gupta family, who get all their power from the parasitic relationship they have with Zuma. Citizens of this country must all stand up in defense of the constitution. The biggest enemy is to the rule of law and the constitution right now is Mr. Zuma himself and his cartel of corruption surrounding him and the voting cows that are probably staring at me now. I wanted to say something to Jeff, but you let Jeff run away, the chairperson. But anyway, Jeff mentioned that South Africa is a rainbow nation. The last time I checked, the rainbow doesn't have a black, a white, and a brown color. Correct me if I'm wrong. And then of the ANC, yeah, you are right. Of the ANC, I forgot to say that, of the ANC. Now, sit down, I heard you. So I forgot.
Honorable members, I have not recognized the chief whip. She spoke.
Okay. All right, then let me continue with my speech. Now, I want to say.
And as she spoke, you responded. And both of you are on my sides. You are highly out of order.
And her
Therefore,
being the
can you
whip,
take your
the chief
seat
whip,
and
she's worse.
recognize the point of order if there was a point of order? Was there a point of order?
Her being the chief whip is extremely
Honorable
worse.
Mokosi, can you take a seat, please?
Honorable Chair,
Chair, you can target the lads.
my
Brothers and
point of-
sisters.
Can you take your seat, please?
Yeah, then.
my point of order was that according to the decorum of the House, we should say Honorable Minister. Hi, Honorable Minister Jeff Hadebe. Thank you.
Honorable members, can I sustain the rule just by saying that let's respect one another as we continue engaging in the debate? Can you continue the debate? Yes, Honorable Member.
Deputy Chair, the proceedings are not fair here. The chief whip of this house has just, she flouted the rules of this house by speaking before you recognize her, and then you give her a second chance. How fair, we must be fair about that. And then you reprimand a person who's responding to a flouting of the rules. I'm done, thank you.
No, maybe we need to remind one another. I never recognized the chief whip. I called both members to order. I gave them both, I called them both out of order. I even said, I'm on record in saying that the chief whip spoke to the member at the podium without me having recognized her. And then I asked whether if there was a point of order. Okay, Honorable Mokhosi, can you continue with the debate, please? Yes, Honorable Mokwe.
Ke kopa gore akere Honorable Chief Whip o editse phoso mo ntlong. Yaanong jaaka chair o tshwantse o mo caution a withdraw go dira phoso eo. O ska mo tlogela fela gore e nne as if business as usual. O flautile molao wa ntlo. So o tshwanetse o diragatse molao wa gago le wena jaaka motsamaisa kopano ya letsatsi. O netefatse gore o ira se se tshwanetseng before Komisa Nkagisa Mokgosi a bua.
Honorable members have made a ruling on the matter. I don't know what else am I supposed to do. Honorable Mokhosi, can you continue with the debate?
I would like to say to South Africans that ANC abandoned, or rather threw the Freedom Charter into a rubbish bin. So because the Constitution is next to the rubbish bin, before they take it and throw it inside the rubbish bin like they did with the Freedom Charter, let us stand up and protect the Constitution. Rainbow Nation, tlalong go bua ka one go kgolo bile le mathe a go a goiwa gore be sa nne gone ke ka gore gongwe bone bo mmala o mo shweu le o mo ntsho le o mo brown ga dio. That is why le gompieno re sa kgone gore re kgone go bitsa naga e re Rainbow Nation e dirole ke bo godu ntato ntsa eme ha Jefe Hushem ke batla go mara ke re Hushem ka gore Jefe wa mogela madi a mantsintsi go getsa di ministera tse tsotlhe tse di mo South Africa ke a leboga.
Thank you very much, Honorable Member. Honorable Chief Whip.
Honorable Deputy Chair, it will stand on Hansard. The fact that the correction made by the member previously gets violated as she takes a seat. Secondly, Chairperson, I would like to apologize for talking before you recognize me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chief Whip, and concern is noted. The next speaker is Honorable Councillor Forte. You are welcome, ma'am.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. To the Minister Khatebe in his absentia, honorable members of the NCOP, excuse me, ladies and gentlemen, on the occasion of the adoption of the new constitution here in Cape Town, excuse me, on the 8th of May 1996, President Nelson Mandela said, and I quote, "You, the representatives of the people, have decided that open and accountable government will be reinforced by cooperative governance amongst all tiers. And thus we strike out along a new road in which the preoccupation of elected representatives at all levels of government will be how to cooperate in the service of the people rather than competing for power which otherwise belongs not to us but to the people." This message, 20 years later, is befitting as we, at local government representatives, have recently received a new mandate from the electorate. Together with elected representatives from other spheres of government, will cooperate in the service of our people.
Honorable Forte, can you just take your seat? There's a point, Honorable Quimby. On what point are you rising?
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I think it's a point of order. Don't know whether you notice that all...
Can you speak to the mic so that I hear you?
I don't know, Chairperson, that you notice that all our white colleagues, they left the chamber.
No. Well, there are members that have left the chamber. Let us recognize that there are members who have left the chamber, but not necessarily a particular race that has... honorable members, I see two members on their feet. Can I recognize the one who stood first and the one who stood after the other? Can you please take your seat for now? All right. I will recognize you. Honorable Member Julius.
Chairperson, thank you for rolling on it. I want to add to it, please. Can you ask the racist Honorable Timbi to withdraw that statement? Unconditionally.
There is a point of order that
If you
has
don't know
been
what
raised.
is wrong with
No,
it,
no,
you
no.
need to do
Honor-
self-introspection.
You see now, Honorable
That's why you
Julius.
lose elections.
Honorable Julius, now you're speaking to another member directly without addressing me. You have just addressed me. Honorable Gwen, are you going to allow me to make a ruling on a point of order as raised by Honorable Julius? Or are you adding to that, or is that different point of order?
It's related.
It's related?
Yes.
Okay.
No, I thought I would just note that also while we're talking about people who leave early in this house,
Honorable members, can you please have order?
we also seem to have a habit of ministers who just leave this house here and leave us. Just now, there was an honorable member who wanted to respond to the minister, but the minister was gone already. Yesterday, we had 3, 4 ministers who didn't come. Some just sent it. And there's an order paper that is sent here prior to all of these proceedings. Can we please respect this house? Because this is the sort of behavior that deteriorates this this house. Thank you very much.
Okay. You were on your feet, Honorable Tariq. Are you? Is it the same matter or is it a separate
It's
issue?
an extension
It's
to
an
the
extension.
previous matter.
Okay.
Honorable Deputy Chairperson, I just want to bring to your attention that the racist comment made by Honorable Klimbi is also applicable of Honorable De Beer as a white person. And it is not in my interest to bring it to your attention, and please rule on this.
Okay, the last one now. I like the last part that says, please rule on that. Please rule on that. And you know, why I like it is because there's an element of, I don't want to say dishonesty. Or maybe we're not listening to each other. Because I did exactly what you're requesting me to do with Honorable Klimbi, cautioning Honorable Klimbi that we don't have whites, we don't have colors, we don't have Indians. There are members of this house who have left the house. Therefore, Honorable Klimbi, your remark, man, can I please make a ruling? Your remarks seem to have erred other members of the House, and it borders on racism. May you please just withdraw the part where it speaks to racism. Yes. Okay.
Thank you,
Take care.
Chairperson. I withdraw, Chairperson.
Thank you very much. Yes, can I have your point of order?
You know, Chair, I don't like the way you always respond to me. It's like you are doing me a favor. Please, always when I speak, you do some actions that I don't like. Honorable Chair, is it parliamentary to say Ahman to an honorable member?
Honorable members, Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Chairperson, can you please like the honorable member, please?
Okay, okay. And there is an appeal. There is an appeal. Well, it's a matter I think the Deputy Chairperson of the Council of Provinces will have to respond to it in the next sitting of the House. Including the point of order that she raises. Can you continue? There's a point of order raised there. Can I take the point of order, Honorable Member?
Can we take reassurance that it will be addressed in the next sitting?
It is on record.
It's on record. Thank you very much.
It is on record. Okay. Okay, Honorable Falte.
Okay. I hope the House still remembers where I left off or what I had said. Okay. Can I then quote President Nelson Mandela? You, the representatives of the people, had decided that open and accountable government will be reinforced by cooperative governance amongst all tiers. And thus we strike out along a new road in which the preoccupation of elected representatives at all levels of government will be in how to cooperate in the service of the people, rather than competing for power which otherwise belongs not to us, but to the people. This message 20 years later is befitting as we, local government representatives, having recently received a new mandate from the electorate, together with elected representatives from other spheres of government, will cooperate in the service of our people. The South African Constitution enshrines the supremacy of the Constitution and the rule of law in South Africa. It is our view that local government has a key role to play in ensuring that the intention of the Constitution, as stated in the preamble, is achieved. It is in all our hands to ensure that the intention of establishing a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights come to fruition. As the local government sphere, we are the envy of many of our international counterparts as we marvel in the constitutional recognition that local government enjoys in Chapter 7, the recognition of municipalities as a sphere of government. Allow us a unique opportunity to work tirelessly to achieve true democracy and to ensure not only the vision of our developmental local government as set out in the Constitution is achieved, but also that the Bill of Rights is upheld and protected as we deliver services to our communities. Despite the democratic system of local government being very young, and much younger than the Constitution, and only 15 years in the making, much has been done to ensure that communities experience an increase in access to basic services and that transformation of society aligned to the rights as contained in the Bill of Rights. As we enter the fourth term of local government, we need to go back to the basic principles of the Constitution and ensure that as leaders of municipalities, we embrace and ensure that we meet the objectives of local government as set out in the Constitution by providing a democratic and accountable government for the local communities we serve, ensuring the provision of services to communities in a sustainable manner, promoting social and economic development in a safe and healthy environment, and encouraging the involvement of communities and community organizations in the matters of local government. The Statistics South Africa 2016 Community Survey reflects a marked improvement in access to services, and in this fourth term, we will work to ensure that these services are not only further extended, but also remain sustainable. We equally want to remind the national and provincial spheres of government of its important constitutional obligation of capacitating and supporting local government in achieving these goals, without compromising or impeding the abilities and rights of municipalities to exercise their powers or perform their functions. In order for municipalities to achieve their goals as set out in the Constitution, they must be allowed to exercise their executive authority in respect of the matters listed in Part B of Schedule 4 and in Part B of Schedule 5 of the Constitution. SPLUMA, the Spatial Planning and Land Use Management Act, is an example of legislative changes effected to ensure that such executive authority is exercised by municipalities. However, a number of other legislative and policy amendments would be required in this regard. A number of the legislative impediments were highlighted to the NCOP during 2015 and is currently being considered by the Legislative Review Committee. SALGA also supports the Integrated Urban Development Framework adopted by Cabinet and launched in May 2016. If embraced by all sector departments and duly implemented, the Integrated Urban Development Framework will go a long way ensuring true developmental local government in urban areas. However, it is acknowledged that the challenge of migration requires a holistic government approach, and there is a need to develop a broader response to address migration and the effects thereof on all government services, but in particular on municipal infrastructure, transport, urban poverty, food security, and waste management. In addition to the constitutional recognition enjoyed by SALGA, Section 163 of the Constitution recognizes organized local government as the legitimate voice of local government and affords its representation in key national institutions, including the National Council of Provinces. A particular intention in our view of Section 163 of the Constitution is the empowerment of local government to impact the policy and legislate processes at provincial and national level. The NCOP has gone to great lengths to ensure that organized local government plays a meaningful role in its deliberations and participates fully in its affairs to ensure effective and meaningful intergovernmental relations and cooperative governments. Our participation in the debate today bears testimony to this. The participation of organized local government in provincial legislature is, however, critical to ensure engagement and legislative processes from the ground level. This will facilitate sufficient dialogue between members of provincial legislatures and mandated councillors about the dynamics between the interests of provincial and local government, even before the matter comes before the NCOP. The NCOP and SALGA, therefore, in this third term of local government, must continue to work together to ensure that full participation of SALGA in the provincial legislatures. In strengthening this participation and the style of governance based on transparency, participation, and consultation, we shall ensure that democracy indeed constitutes government by the people, for the people. As SALGA, we must caution that as government, key stakeholders and civil society at large, we cannot be complacent in our celebration of the Constitution and the huge stride made in its implementation over the last 20 years. We cannot merely strive to implement the Constitution, Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Yes, Honourable Member.
Apparently the doorkeeper reported that I was out of the chamber, but I just want to report that I'm back now.
Point noted. Okay. Honorable Stock.
Thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair, Honorable Minister in absentia, Honorable Chief Whip, distinguished guests.
Honorable Stock, may I just recognize the point, Honorable Mteto?
Honorable Chair, I'm worried that we got a doorkeeper here. I think the member need to withdraw that because the member that said he was out, he was not a doorkeeper. He's an honorable member.
You know, if I didn't even the way I understood the member, he said that he went out. I might have understood him. I understood him to have said to me that he was locked out.
But Chairperson, the Honorable Klembe is not a doorkeeper.
Honorable Hati, were you referring to Honorable Klimbi as a? Can I just establish this? Were you referring to Honorable Klimbi as a doorkeeper?
No, Honorable Chair, no, I understand somebody said that I was out, but I don't think any honorable member would do that.
No. Honorable Hati, no, let's not play with words now. Let's not play with words. There was a point of order that was raised earlier on, and that point of order referred to members who were out, and there was an objection to that point because it bordered on racism. And the member withdrew. You see now, Honorable Mokhosi, you would not even hear what I've concluded. Honorable, you know, if you talk amongst each other, honorable members, you are making this particular seat very difficult because I'm trying to address an issue here so that it is not repeated again. Okay, no, take a seat, don't worry. I was addressing Honorable Hati. Some other things, can you just ignore them, honorable members? No matter how much you irritated you become, please. I was addressing Honorable Hati. Honorable Hati, according to the records of this House, there was a point of order that was raised, reporting that there are members who are out of the House, who have left the House. But then there was an objection to the tone of the point of order as raised, to be bordering on racism. And the member withdrew on the basis of the order by the chair. Now, I want to establish, by using the word doorkeeper, because I understood you to mean, having gone out, there was a process of stopping you from getting in. Now, were you referring to the member that raised an issue recognizing the absence of you or other members?
Enlighten me, I wasn't here, I have to believe what you're telling me now, but I was told that somebody said, objected to my absence, and I didn't know who. So I hear what you say.
So, having understood what I said, can you then therefore withdraw the reference to a doorkeeper?
Chair, I withdraw the reference to the doorkeeper. I don't believe that the doorkeeper would have done that, and also I don't believe that any honorable member would have done that. I withdraw.
So you withdraw. No, I'm not interested in other things. You withdraw.
Yeah, I can, again, I withdraw the reference to
Thank you very
the
much.
doorkeeper who
Thank
objected.
Thank you very
withdraw.
much. Okay. Honorable Stock, can you therefore continue the debate?
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. Allow me also to take this opportunity by thanking you to allow me to participate in this important debate today. Honorable Chair, I think I just need to start by giving a historical perspective of the process that kickstarted the Constitution. Before the Constitution was adopted, the interim Constitution 1994 and 1996. Because there is an impression almost that is created that the process started when the interim Constitution was adopted in 1994. President Nkrumah was a moderate president of the ANC at the time and called for African people to unite in 1943. He managed to streamline the ruling of the ANC. This he accomplished by introducing new communication line, improving the financial position and organizational efficiency. In 1943, the ANC started allowing women to become members of the African National Congress. And then President Nkrumah and the ANC's Atlantic Charter Committee produced a politically significant document entitled The African Claims, which charted the path to racial equality in South Africa, that they hope that all would follow the conclusion of the Second World War in 1943. In 1946, President Nkrumah traveled to the New York as an unofficial delegate to the United Nations, where he lobbied successfully against the South African government plans to improve Southwest Africa, Namibia, into the Union. Honorable members, the ANC resolved in 1943 that if fascism and fascist tendencies were to be uprooted from the face of the earth and to open the way for peace, prosperity, and racial goodwill, the Atlantic Charter had to apply to the whole British Empire, the United States of America, and to all the nations of the world and their subjective peoples. The adaptation and interpretation of the Atlantic Charter in the South African context was to find expression in the Bill of Citizenship Rights for all races and colors to the honor and glory of the Union of South Africa at that time. Whereas the recognition of the inherent dignity and of the equal and inalienable rights of all members of the human family in the foundation of freedom, justice, peace in the world. Honorable Deputy Chair, therefore, the General Assembly, which proclaimed the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a common standard of achievement for all peoples and all nations, to the end that every individual and every organ of society, it's important to adhere to the principles and the imperatives of this declaration, shall strive by teaching and educating to promote the respect for these rights and freedoms, and by all progressive measures, both nationally and internationally. When the Congress of the People completed the drafting of the Freedom Charter in 1955, it gave South Africa's future generations, an architectural design and overarching world model of the society and the government around which they were to be mobilized and pursue the objective of the national liberation struggle. The Freedom Charter, for the first time in our history, sketched out in clear terms the central objective of the national democratic struggle. It called for South Africa, which is united in its composition, democratic in its character, non-racial in its political complexion, and prosperous in its socio-economic objective. Its provision constituted a negation of any form of discrimination on the basis of sex, color, religion, or creed. Honorable members, our constitutional democracy was forged on an anvil of division, past injustice, and economic inequity, but also on the hope of for reconciliation, nation building, and social cohesion. Our constitution is premised on the will of the people, which were expressed in representative and participatory processes. It does not only establish its supremacy, the rule of law, and the fundamental rights, but also recites our collective convictions. It contains our joint and minimum ideological and normative choices of what a good society should be. Honorable Chairperson, before I conclude, there's an issue that was actually highlighted earlier on, which I think actually borders to a particular extent mislead the House or create an impression that is not even existing. The court case of President Zuma before the Constitutional Court, I don't remember. I think I need us to give a background of what happened. The Constitutional Court of the President, which was brought before the Constitutional Court, was never about the substantive issues which were raised in the Public Protector's report. And I think I must give background and also give some information to some of the members who wants to utilize the court case against the President for their own narrow and selfish political interest. So that court case, which was before the Constitutional Court, it was based on procedural issues as it relates to how the report was processed in the National Assembly. It was based on the basis of the procedural aspects of how the report was processed in the National Assembly. In a nutshell, the case was just
Honorable
based...
members, just take your seat, Honorable Stock. Just hold it, Honorable. It's a pity that because of the processes. But you know, when Honorable Mukhosi was speaking, silence, absolute concentration, absolute ability and affordability also to listen to what the member was saying. No interruptions, no howling, no objections, and all that. Now, I'm just appealing that the respect that she was provided or given, may we ensure that we give to all other members. Please. Honorable Julius, you wanted to address me something?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. I listened carefully. Honorable Stock is misleading the House. A full bench of the Constitutional Court handed down.
Honorable members, can you allow me an opportunity to listen to the point of order? I'm trying to listen to the point of order. Now, if you say it's a point of debate, that is what, I may miss it. If I can pick it up that is a point of debate, I will tell the member that she is debating now with the member in the podium, on the podium.
Yes.
Can you proceed?
Thank you, Deputy Chair. The honorable member said that it was based on procedure, but a full bench of the Constitutional Court handed down a unanimous judgment that found that President Zuma and the National Assembly had failed to uphold the Constitution and also affirming the powers of the public protector. Can he please withdraw that?
No. Honorable members, I will allow you to be presiding officer. And be chaotic. In terms of the rules of this House, it would be because of the state that you would understand that the state is comprises of the judiciary, the legislative sector, and the executive. It would therefore not be appropriate for this House to then express itself on a judgment that was made by the judiciary. And especially if that comment would then stand to politically critique the judgment on that matter. So I would appeal to members as they debate. You might want to refer to an outcome of a court case, but if once you get to the merits of it, then you may interfere with the other. Okay. So I'm cautioning members not to do that. So, Honorable, because the member is trying to bring to our attention that there is this thing where there was a judgment. I didn't hear Honorable Stock saying judges were wrong. I didn't hear him saying that. He was getting to, probably you helped him by rising on a point of order before he even gets to the merits or the demerits of the matter. So let me caution all of us to avoid or to resist from doing that. Honorable Stock, you may proceed.
No, thank you very much, Honorable Deputy Chair. I think...
There seems to be another point of order.
Chairperson, thank you. I'm sorry, but with due respect to the position that you sit in, I'm trying to grasp what you're saying, and I respect what you're saying. But at the same time, I don't think this House can condone a member somewhat attempting to downplay the judiciary and insist on a point of saying that they ruled on a procedural issue. I think, quite frankly, you should caution the member to withdraw by misleading South Africans in terms of the comments he is making. With due respect, I grasp what you are saying, but I think he has to be careful in terms of what is being said to our fellow citizens out there. Thank you.
That's exactly what I did to all of us. That's exactly what I did. And I cautioned the member not even to get to the merits of. Can you continue with the debate?
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think I was still in the process of trying to explain or raise certain issues that were also raised from this podium in terms of clarifying them. There's an issue earlier on that was raised about the Constitution, the Constitutional Court outcome of the President, which was, there was a judgment to that effect. And I don't remember myself saying that the judgment was wrong or anything to that particular effect. I was just giving a historical perspective of what actually transpired. There is a judgment, of course, and all of us as honorable members of this House, we've got the responsibility to respect all court judgments as responsible citizens in the quest of also respecting the principles of the Constitution. So the point I was raising earlier on, honorable members, was to say that the court case around the Nkandla issue, which was brought before the Constitutional Court, was not based on the substantive issues which was raised in the Public Protector's report. That's what I said on record. And I also went on further to say that the court case was based on the principle of legality, which was brought before the Constitutional Court. Now, for those members who don't understand what it means when you say the principle of legality, Honorable Tau, as the presiding officer, was trying to explain it to us, that we've got three arms of the state. We've got the legislature, we've got the executive, and also the judiciary. So all these three arms of the state, each one must actually respect each other's space. Now, what actually happened in terms of the principle of legality, what was brought before the court? There was a report which came to Parliament, and then the NA then embarked on their own process. And then what actually transpired at the court then said, no, the President or the National Assembly was supposed to have sent the same report for review at the court. Now it went to the court, it went to the President after that, went to the court and approached the court and say, can you determine an amount which I'm supposed to pay? And then that amount was determined by the court of law, and then the President has adhered to pay such an amount. So I don't know why people, they come here and they want to play politics about it, or to want to play politics about it. In actual fact, I respect the positive attitude of the President of the Republic to have been committed, to have committed himself to pay such an amount as determined by the court of law. Honorable Chair, in conclusion, one can safely say that our constitutions remain the cornerstone of a hard-won democracy, and it is also a mirror and reflection of the Freedom Charter. Because if you look at the preamble of the Freedom Charter and the preamble also of the Constitution of the Republic, there are actually similarities between the two documents. It is also one of the best constitutions in the entire world. If one needs to draw a comparison between the Constitution of the United States of America and the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa, one can clearly understand that our Constitution, the South African Constitution, is premised on human dignity, and that of the United States is actually premised on the freedom of expression. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson. Thanks.
Thank you. The Honorable. Thank you. The Honorable Human Settlement MEC from the Western Cape, Honorable Matikizela.
Thank you very much, Chair. The Minister in the Presidency, Mr. Khatib, in his absence, members of the House, other MECs who are here, thank you very much for the opportunity to address you on this very important topic. Let me start where Honorable Member Stock left off. When he spoke about our preamble, and I quote, "We, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustices of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who have worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in our diversity." Chairperson, I am reflecting on this because it should be a constant reminder to those who seek to divide our people along racial lines. That's even more disgraceful and distasteful when this is done by the first citizen of our country, the president, as we have seen during the recent election campaign. Chairperson, our constitution, among other rights, guarantees the freedom of choice and freedom of association. It can never be right that people are insulted and called names when they exercise their rights. Our constitution provides the legal foundation for the existence of the republic, sets out the rights and duties of its citizens, and defines the structure of government. Our right to vote and our duty to hold the government accountable are important pillars of our constitution. These rights must never be taken for granted because many people paid with their lives for them. Chairperson, let me take this opportunity and salute South Africans for exercising these rights, as we have seen during our last local government elections on the 3rd of August. We must appreciate that our government still ensures that we meet our constitutional obligation to have elections every 5 years without fail. It is something that we should not take for granted because in many countries, Chairperson, ruling parties flout their own constitution in order to stay in power by hook or crook. We must also appreciate that power is able to change hands after elections without any resistance that result in wars, except, of course, in areas where the killings associated with political contestations are still prevalent. I am really proud to be a South African, Chairperson, because we have proven to the world that our constitutional democracy is indeed functioning. One of our famous writers, Francis Fukuyama, in his book, The Origins of Political Order, argued that political order was all about institutions. He further said that spoke about three distinct features: the political accountability, the strong and effective state, and the rule of law. And we must guard these features, especially as members of South Africa, members of parliament, and as we have seen, many members from the opposition parties playing this role effectively. Chairperson, some of the checks and balances that were included in our constitution in order to avoid the abuse of power by those who assume power in the office, is the office of the public protector. Let us hope that the current process being followed to replace the incumbent Advocate Thuli Madonsela, who has done a sterling work in holding public representatives to account, will yield positive results. Our constitution will work only if we continue to draw a clear distinction between parliament, executive, and judiciary. These are three very important arms of the state. Despite the slow growth of our economy, rating agencies have taken note of these important elements of our constitution when deciding not to downgrade our country to a junk status. We salute all those men and women who took part in crafting of this important document. And it is now our duty as citizens of the entire country to protect it. But more importantly, we salute those who see the value of it, those who respect it, uphold it, and effect the change through it. As Mahatma Gandhi once said, those who cannot renounce attachment to the result of their work are far from the path. Action express priorities. Non-violence is a weapon of the strong. To lose patience is to lose battle. The future depends on what you do today. An ounce of practice is worth 1,000 words. It is difficult but not impossible to conduct strictly honest business. If I have the belief that I can do it, I shall surely acquire the capacity to do it, even if I may not have it at the beginning. The best way to find yourself is to lose yourself in the service of others. Victory attained by violence is tantamount to a defeat, for it is momentarily. First, they ignore you, then laugh at you, then they fight you, then you win. Honest differences are often a healthy sign of progress. Strength does not come from physical capacity, it comes from an indomitable will. Be the change you want to see, unquote. Chairperson, as I close, I also want to state the importance of us as different spheres of government making sure that our constitution work for a number of our people who still live under unacceptable conditions. And I think as the government of the Western Cape, we have done a lot, as indicated by the recent community survey of 2016 by Stats SA, which clearly indicates that despite the fact that the population of the Western Cape grew by more than 1.7 million people in 15 years, we continue to be a shining example in terms of making sure that basic services like water, electricity, refuse removal are provided to many people who are the resident of the Western Cape. I want to take this opportunity, Chairperson, and thank all South Africans once again who exercise their democratic right by making sure that they hold government accountable in the recent local government elections. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Kaula.
Honorable Chairperson, as the Inkatha Freedom Party, we look back at the road traveled with a myriad of mixed feelings and mixed memories.
I'm sorry. Let me take.
Willing to take a question?
Okay. Honorable Kaula, are you ready to take a question?
Still too early, I haven't said a thing.
Honorable Kaula, are you ready to take a question?
Not now.
No, it's not ready, Honorable Lond. Continue, Honorable Kaula.
It has not been easy. It is a tough road that the people of South Africa have had to endure. As the IFP, we salute the people of South Africa for their resilience. If you imagine what husbands and wives, what children and siblings, what brothers, sisters and cousins, what grandmothers and grandfathers, what mothers and fathers, and what the citizens of South Africa went through in order for 1996 to achieve the constitution that we are celebrating today. Whilst regretting the black-on-black confrontations that characterized our different ideologies in the 1980s and tarnished our brotherhood and sisterhood, the IFP always remained committed to the politics of negotiations in order to arrive at a peaceful solution for South Africa. It is this belief and approach that made our leaders remain in touch with the African National Congress as our brothers in exile and in prison, and with the Pan-Africanist Congress as our brothers in prison and in exile. It is this belief that sustained our resistance to accepting homeland independence and a fragmented South Africa. Hence, the IFP became part of CODESA 1 and CODESA 2. Ultimately, the IFP became part of the historic 1994 after an historic deal brokered by Professor Okumo of Kenya, which brought together the Honorable Dr. N.R. Mandela, Prince M.G. Buthelezi, and Honorable F.W. de Klerk. The IFP became part of the government of national unity and finally a role player and an important stakeholder in our adoption of the new constitution in 1996. Even after the adoption of the new constitution in 1996, replacing the 1994 interim constitution, the IFP remained in the government of national unity, with the ANC remaining in the cabinet of the IFP-led KwaZulu-Natal in order for peace and reconciliation between and amongst the two parties to be sustained. This was not an easy decision to make, but it was a patriotic decision that was driven by putting the interests of the people of South Africa first before those of the party. For this, we in the IFP will always salute Dr. Nelson Mandela and Prince Mangosuthu Buthelezi for their visionary leadership. Former President Thabo Mbeki also needs to be given credit for sustaining this arrangement after the 1999 elections in the national government, with the IFP returning the same in the province of KwaZulu-Natal in the same year. The IFP's policy of negotiation politics will always make us political opponents with other parties and not political enemies. The IFP's strong values of respect, integrity, and honesty always remain our guiding principles. One of the most important contributions of the IFP to the constitution-making process of the country was indeed the Bill of Rights, which became Chapter 2 of the Constitution. The IFP believes to and respects the Constitution of the country and all the institutions supporting democracy created by our Constitution. We in the IFP, through the astute leadership of Inkosi Mangosuthu Buthelezi, believe that the offices created by our Constitution are sacrosanct and bigger than the people who occupy those offices. As such, South Africans need to accord the necessary respect, honor, and dignity to these offices. People will come and go, but through our Constitution, those offices will always be there to serve the people of our country. The IFP believes in serving the people of South Africa in the spirit of the African philosophy of Ubuntu. In the spirit of this maxim, South Africa would have an end to corruption, to nepotism, to favoritism, and to begin to serve South Africans as equal citizens in the rule of law. These are values which are very much in line with the spirit of our Constitution. The IFP was there at the first ballot paper of a democratic South Africa in 1994. The IFP has been there in all the subsequent elections since then. Honorable Chairperson, we have never forgotten to meet all the legal requirements of any election from 1994 to date. The IFP is going to be there in a long and foreseeable future ahead of us. Long live our hard-earned democracy. Nkosi sikelela i-Afrika.
Thank you. Honorable Special Delegate from KwaZulu-Natal, Honorable Duma.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for affording us this opportunity. Indeed, and the typical remark done by our country, South Africa. The squatter camp which welcomes you when you land in Cape Town International is unpalatable. Shame remains a thorn, or should I say, sore points 21 years into a new dispensation. I think those are critical and fundamental matters that we're supposed to debate if we were really serious about the issues of the hegemony of the constitutions. I thought the Honorable MEC was going to highlight some of those things. Unfortunately, it's not one of the success stories. There is a question, Honorable Chair, which was raised in the Congress by Lenin at some point in time, is asking the question, what should be done? What do you do when the state is captured? He asked a critical question that when the new dispensation arose in our country, what was supposed to happen? To enjoy the ready-made machinery, which was currently built by apartheid regime, or you dismantle the ready-made machinery so that it will epitomize the character of a change, which will be the will of the people. Unfortunately, we didn't choose that, the first path, because of the sunset clause, because we're trying by all means to address the imbalances of the past by embracing everyone, which proved to be incorrect towards our path, Honorable Chair. In fact, I agree completely with what was raised by the Chief Whip of National Assembly yesterday, Honorable Mthembu, is saying that we must be inward in terms of the approach, do the internal locus of control and do the infrastructure as ANC, the movement. I think that's what we must do. And currently, if we want to be radical, we just have to change. In fact, he was even more correct in saying that it is not that the new organization has emerged out of the blue. No one is stronger than the movement. ANC has a moral obligation because it has liberated the South African people, but some of the things has not been accomplished correct, which I'm going to highlight so that we are clear when it comes to this path.
Honorable Duma. Sorry, Honorable Duma. Honorable Mokwele.
On a point of order or point of clarity, Chair. Honorable member from the KZ and Clarity.
No, Honorable Mokwele, I don't want to disturb you, but it won't be in order to rise on a point of clarity. You can rise on a point of order.
Oh, whatever. Whatever,
Okay.
whatever thing.
Raise a
it's
point of
fine.
order.
For them, fella four. Fella for them four, it's fine. Honorable member from KZN or representing ANC, claiming that the ANC has the moral. Ke batla go itse gore a na o tsaya responsibility ya batho ba ba bolailweng o marikana ke ANC government. ANC tsa responsibility ya baagi ba ko Stwetla
Honorable
ba ba
Mokwele.
senang mantlo
Honorable
ba ba
Mokwele.
robalang ka ba
Honorable
le
Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele.
magotlo
Honorable
mo
Mokwele.
ntlong. The moral aya ka nna o close ke na le lentswe.
Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Mokwele. You know that what you are doing is wrong. It's not a point of order. You are making statement and debating with the member on the podium. And that is not in order. Can you continue, Honorable?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I know my debate will be in the higher proposition, so some of the issues will not be grasped by anyone or comprehended correctly. So you must understand that concept as well. Chair, the issue of judicial transformation is, if you can also.
Honorable Tuma, Honorable Mokwele, why are you rising?
Ke ema ke le motlotlo. Ya ka ke ema fa.
Okay.
Ke ema ke le motlotlo. Ka gore setšhaba se ke se representang. Ke bua language e ba e utlwang sentle.
No, on what
Le
point
puo
are you
ba e
rising,
utlwang
Honorable
sentle.
Mokwele?
Go tla ka dikgoa le go tla ka di-ideology batho ba ko Stwetla ba tlhoka mantlo. It's a fact.
No, Honorable
Ga bana
Mokwele.
di-toilet.
Honorable Mokwele.
President
Honorable
Jacob
Mokwele.
Zuma.
Honorable Mokwele.
President Jacob Zuma wa ANC.
Honorable Mokwele, can you take your seat?
O ba mo protectang gona no ba protecta le
Honorable
ideology e leng gore ANC kgale e latlhile kgale bogologolo ga ba impress ke sepe. You can say what you say, you can do what you do. Fact of the matter is that the people of South Africa has rejected the ANC. Thank you.
Honorable Mokwele. Can I order members? Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, this is the final warning. I'm telling you, this is the final warning for what you are doing. Refrain from debating with the speaker on the podium. Can you continue, Honorable Tum?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. I think, unfortunately, the minister has just left the House. Judicial transformation is key to give government ammunition to implement equality, social cohesion, economic transformation, and address the triple challenges that we always agreed on those principles. I think at some point in time, those are the fundamental pillar of the Constitution which must be addressed by our government. And they are very critical and pertinent, which is going to change the outlook of the country of South Africa. DA is not genuine when it comes to Constitution, Honorable Chairperson. The property clause is part of the Constitution, but it's always the spirit is rejected. Honorable George must not have a selective amnesia and present his racist DA as a paragon of moral wisdom. They are not. They happen to master the tactic of indoctrination. They are conniving. They come up with a cunning method to lure vote to the vulnerable people. That's what we must just mention about
Honorable
the DA.
Juma. Honorable Hatting.
I would like to know whether it's parliamentary to classify a party represented in this House as racist.
Order, members. Members. Order, members. Honorable Hatting, can you repeat what you are saying? I miss your point of order.
Honorable Chair, I would like to know where. Please keep these members in.
I'm doing that.
Please. Honorable Chair, I would like to know whether it's parliamentary to refer to a political party that's represented in this House as being racist.
Referring to what? A party or a member?
a party whose members are sitting here. So is it okay? Is it okay if I say the ANC is racist? Yeah, it's stop.
Honorable Hatting,
You're not trainable.
can you take your seat? Let me address it.
Ek gaan jou bliksem.
Honorable members, no. I want to make a ruling. You can't order members. They can't be. Honorable Hatting, I'm addressing your point of order and you are talking to another member. Honorable members, no, can you take your seat? Yeah, I'm addressing it. No, can you take your seat? Honorable members, the rules of the House are very clear. All of you are not allowed to use offensive and unbecoming language in the council. All of you. So I'm appealing to all of you to refrain from any language that will be unbecoming, compromising the decorum of the House. Can you continue, Honorable Tuma?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Please mind the time, Honorable Chair.
Yes. Honorable Hatting.
May I please, I beg you, get your ruling on the racist allegations.
I have made my ruling.
He's not allowed, then he must withdraw.
No, I've made my ruling, Honorable Hatting. Can you take your seat? Can you continue, Honorable Tuma?
You'll understand, Honorable Chair, there was a time when those of you who studied physics, when the molecules wouldn't want to be part of that experiment, will be called a confused molecules. So from time to time, there is that. Let me proceed, Honorable Chair. The confluence of money by cartel-run industries.
Honorable Tuma.
On a point of order,
Honorable Mokwele.
I want to tell Honorable Duma that the confused molecule in South Africa is the ANC because they have signed a coalition with the Freedom Front and they have through the sunset clause sold our land.
Honorable.
Thank you very much.
Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele. Can you please withdraw your participation in this August House today? Honorable Mokwele, can you please leave the House? I'm not recognizing you. I'm still dealing with Honorable Mokwele. Yeah. Honorable Dlamini. Honorable Dlamini. You are getting a final warning. I'm very consistent. I've done the very same thing with Honorable Mokwele. Honorable Mokwele, can you leave the House? Honorable Mokwele, can you kindly please leave the House? I want to continue with the business of the House. I'm not going to subject myself to any debate with you. Can you assist us to have the honorable member leaving the House? Can you continue, Honorable Tuma?
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. If we really want to maintain our hegemony as the ANC in South Africa, these are the issues that we must address. Number one, the confluence of money by cartel-run industries, which has reduced the value of our constitution to numbers and profit, like the issue of banks, for instance, the issue of Rothschild project, as we all know. The issue of expropriation bill is not accepted by DA chair because they represent and are white monopolies and control the capital. Like, for instance, all the time when you debate, they always use the benchmark of agriculture and the market value, which remains the issue that must be addressed by our
Honorable
people.
Duma, sorry. Honorable Isaac.
Chairperson, thank you. I apologize again, but sometimes the speaker is difficult to comprehend. Perhaps through you, could you ask the speaker on the podium just to repeat the part of we are under hegemony, and then he rattled off.
No. Honorable
I
Isaac.
missed the point.
Honorable Isaac. Honorable Isaac. Oh, no, take your seat. I don't need assistance members. Honorable Isaac. I've already made an appeal to all the members, not only yourself, all the members in the House. Let us make sure that we don't compromise the decorum. And you can't debate with the speaker in the podium. We have speakers list, and every person will have an opportunity who's part of the speakers today. Continue, Honorable Tum.
Thanks so much, Honorable Chair. We remain resolute as the ANC of embracing the Rainbow Nation. Hence, we must be mindful but not neglecting the need of the poor peoples. In fact, we should have learned from 2014 result, Chair, which some of us mentioned that the envelope was no longer blank. People, they were having some expectation of some sort. Among those is the issue of land. Among those was the issue of radical economic transformation in a truest form. Those are the issues that are still outstanding. The ANC government, the NCN's government must also address as a matter of change. But to keep on impressing our enemies because we want an outlook of fairness and in compliance with world standards. No matter how hard we try, whites in our country in the form of DA will never accept change from an African organization. Unemployment rate is caused by the private sector that is greedy and not complementing government efforts. SMMEs are not given a chance. If there is a fault, we blacklist them, emerging companies, but huge conglomerates, we change court and say there was a collusion, which is fraud, which has always been fraud as well, Chair. Currently, as you know, the issue of ArcelorMittal, which is we're going to address. The other issues, Chair, Standard Bank in 2013 and 14 put aside 150 million as a fine for not complying with BE code and the quota. Guess what? They did not comply, but were never fined by our government, as our oversight model is not strong against conglomerate. Radical economic transformation must mean that in terms of letter and the spirit, if we want to maintain the change that we want to see in the country. I think you all know what transpired last week, that ArcelorMittal committed a serious fraud, and we were able to term it. Like, for instance, if there's a crisis in Europe, we say that there is a Euro concept, and we say that the Eurozone model. But if there's a problem in South Africa, we're always negative, using the negative approach, which is not correct. I think we must deal with ArcelorMittal, we must still deal with Group 5, your JT Ross, and all those companies which committed a serious crime during 2010 World Cup. Media in our country is very biased and portrays certain race as supreme all the time. Let us be practical. Caster Semenya received gold. Wade van Niekerk also received gold and even broke the record. But they were covered less than Charlie Claus in the media, both print and electronic, as if his race was more important, which is not correct. These issues, constitutionally, they must be addressed if you still want to maintain the change, if we still want to see change. I wonder whose voice are being heard in the media. On the same breath, this media which prejudice our strugglers, ANC and the people, we still advertise on the media on daily basis. Government spend a lot of money assisting this media to blossom, which always deals with us and all those things. At some point in time, we are going to lose power as the ANC if we are not mindful of these things. If we keep on impressing the DA and their whites, we're not going to maintain the change. The vulnerable groups, women and children, are protected by the Constitution, but remains victims of immoral act in the society.
Honorable Duma. Honorable Hatting.
Honorable Chair, I'm really at loss of words. You've appealed to the House, appealed to this speaker who do not understand the culture here, not to incite. He continues to refer to DA's whites in a derogatory manner. If anybody who come here and say the ANC is blacks or the DA is blacks, how will you accept that?
Honorable.
So I request you to repeat your appeal to him and let him refrain from these derogatory words.
Order members, no, there's, honorable members, let me repeat what I said. The rules are very clear in terms of unbecoming and a language that will be insulting others. So I'm appealing to all of you, I'm repeating it as you are making that request. Can you continue, Honorable Tom?
Thank you so much, confused Moral. Let me proceed, Honorable Chair, by mentioning that there is a...
Honorable Duma, Honorable Dlamini.
Chairperson, it's a point of order. I'm sending a point of order. I was referred as a white member who was out that time when it was said all the white members were out. I was not offended because for me it doesn't mean anything. So I don't know why they are offended. I was classified
Honorable
as
Dlamini,
white.
that is not a point of order. Can we allow Honorable Duma to continue?
Earlier on, Honorable Chair, I spoke about the concept of indoctrination. I think it's also another warning to us, Africans in particular. We are doing what is not even symbolic in the law of the jungles. You've never seen a lion taking the cup and giving to the elephant to raise it. Yet we take our kids, after 352 years of oppression, we usually glorify the institutions where they are educators, and that's where we send our kids, and they are indoctrinated there. Let us ensure that we come up with a galvanized strategy of empowering and also capacitating our educators so that what the history that we want to preserve will be preserved. Because the reality is that they don't have our interest. They remain a significant minority in our country, but they are now ruling through constitutional court, through courts and all those things. At some point in time, we must wake up and smell the coffee because we are going to lose this country in an incorrect way. Because the reality that we remain at the enemy.
Honorable Duma, Honorable Engelbrecht, why are you standing?
Chair.
Okay. Can you raise your point of order?
Mr. Chair, yes, thank you. Point of order is in terms of this member, the comments that he's making, I'd just like to remind him that the elections have just shown that you are the people that are losing and not us.
Now, Honorable Engelbrecht, you raise order members. Order members. Honorable Engelbrecht, you raise a point of order with me. Then out of your point of order, I make a ruling.
Okay.
You don't debate with the member on the podium. Can you raise your point of order?
Yes.
What is your point of order?
A point of order is in the inaccuracy of the member's statements in terms of what he said. And the elections have shown that his statements are totally inaccurate.
Honorable Engelbrecht. Honorable Engelbrecht, can you take your seat? That is not a point of order. It's a point for debate. Can you conclude, Honorable?
In conclusion, Chair, I think want to maintain this thing. I understand that some will be in a quagmire understanding of this concept. They are clear, and you must be clinical when you want to follow, because I've already mentioned that they are in a higher proposition. If you don't follow the language of domesticated individuals, you won't understand it. We are not here to salute the issue of them being bosses. They are not bosses here. We are in the level of equilibrium. We are addressing the issues that are affecting the need of our people, and we're only here for that. At some point in time, South Africa must unite. We must raise the standard of understanding that the capacity that is required in the society.
Honorable Engelbrecht.
Mr. Chair, point of order.
Yes.
The honourable member talks about the need. And I'd just like to remind him that the need has been, the voters have seen the need that he's talking about.
Honorable Engelbrecht, can you take your seat? Honorable Engelbrecht, I'm giving you a final warning because you are rising, being frivolous, and that is not a point of order. We are debating with the member. Can you conclude, Honorable Duma?
In conclusion, Chair, when you take a dwarf into a war zone, they don't become giants, they remain dwarf. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable order members. Honorable Nzimande.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair, Honorable Minister, Honorable members, fellow South Africans. Chairperson, even when we are accused of the rhetoric, but if you are 100 years, you can't afford not to tell where you come from. Because when you tell about where you come from, then you know where you're going. Because the path would have been still. Yeah, but let's start there. You must go read the analysis of, you must go and read the analysis of R.W. Johnson. And this academic associated with Oxford, talking about the results of the elections, says that, the DA has reached its dead end. It would not see 2019. And why he says so, go read it, R.W. Johnson. And why he says so? He says because the DA has completed its journey of protecting the white privileges in those comfort zones in suburbs.
Honorable Nzimande.
Yes,
I'm rising on a point of order.
Honorable Makua.
It is a terrible insult for a member of this House to say to a person that is visually impaired, open your eyes. She owes an apology.
Who said that? Who said that?
The person from the DA behind me who spoke.
Honorable members, don't make things to be difficult. Honorable Makua, you can't just be pointing on the back. Who said that? Who said that?
The Honorable Engelbrecht from the DA Gauteng.
Honorable Engelbrecht, do you say what is being said by Honorable Makua?
Chair. Mr. Chair, it's a figurative speech. In English, you say to somebody, open your eyes. It means see and look what's happening around you. It's a figure of speech. It's a well-known figure of speech, Mr. Chair.
Honorable Engelbrecht, I don't need an explanation. Did you said that?
It's a figure of speech, Mr. Chair. In other words, the ANC must open their eyes. It's a figure of speech.
Honorable Engelbrecht, I'm posing a question for the last time. Did you say what was said by Honorable Makua?
I did not make a derogatory statement, Mr. Chair. I did not make a derogatory statement. I made a figure of speech.
Honorable members. No, honorable members, can you take your seat, Honorable Engelbrecht? Honorable members, it's not a light issue, and it's not a simple issue. And I wouldn't want to judge what I did not hear. But at the same time, I wouldn't want to downplay a very serious, sensitive matter. So allow me to do justice to the process, to go and check the detail and refer it to the powers that be so that it can be attended accordingly. Thank you. Can you continue, Honorable Nzimande?
Thank you, Chairperson, but I can make your work very easy, Chair. I am a proud a blind ANC member, which was made by this constitution that the ANC has ushered in 1994. The first, and I now pay I dedicate this speech, Chair, to the first member of Parliament, appointed and elected by the ANC, Honorable Maria Ranto, as the first disabled member of this Parliament, and Chairperson, as a demonstration that this Constitution is about participation of all citizens, and that this Constitution is committing everybody, all of us, to, and particularly the state chair, to make sure that it releases the potential of every citizen to live a quality and to lead a quality of life as a citizen of this country of ours. I was then, Chair, saying that the R.W. Johnson says the DA in 5 years has only grew less 3%. It's a fact if you analyze your results properly. So you can't celebrate mediocrity and lack of upward growth that plays down the target that you had. You thought that you take over, it's time for change, and you got less than 3%. When you talk, there is no winner in the elections. You have 93 seats in Tswane and 89. Now, you are helped by those who are labeling
Honorable
us.
Nzimande, Honorable Labuskakhan.
Chair, I would like to know if the honourable member will take a question.
Thank you. Honorable Nzimande, are you ready to take a question?
Honorable Chair, not now.
Is not ready, Honorable
Not
Labuskakhan.
now.
Continue, Honorable
Yeah.
Nzimande.
Honorable Chair, in Nelson Mandela Bay, it's the difference of 7 seats. In Johannesburg, the difference, they needed 32 seats. We needed 15 seats. So I'm just an illustration, Chair, that you cannot celebrate mediocrity and you think that you have won when you didn't win. The fact of the matter.
Honorable Nzimande, sorry. Honorable Smith.
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I just want, on a point of clarity, are we debating the election campaign or the celebration of 20 years of the Constitution and the relevance of that that the honourable members are talking about?
Honorable Smith, that is not a point of order. Can you continue, Honorable Nzimande?
Yeah, Honorable Chairperson, he's asking a point of clarity because he failed. R.W. Johnson says that the DA fell in Limpopo. They didn't grow. They didn't grow in Free State. They didn't grow in Mpumalanga. It's a fact. They didn't grow in those 3 provinces.
Honorable Nzimande, Honorable Labuskakhan.
On a point of order, I repeat the point of relevance. The honourable member was not here when we did motions, and is doing the motion on congratulating the ANC now in his speech.
Honorable Labuskakhan, you know very well that is not a point of order. Honorable Smith, why are you standing?
Honourable House Chair, the honourable member are clearly misleading the public by saying that the DA shrank in Limpopo. The honourable member should go and look at the numbers and the percentages, and then he'll see that we grew both percentage-wise and number-wise. So he is, by fact, misleading South Africans here in this House.
Honorable Chairperson, and that
Can
is
you continue, Honorable Nzimande?
and that is a point of debate. R.W. Johnson is a leading academic. I refer you to that. But Chairperson, why am I, and whilst I'm being...
Honorable Smith.
Honourable House Chair, I differ in terms of that it's a point of debate.
Honourable Smith, let me address you. Can you take your seat?
It is a fact.
Can you take your seat?
It's not a
Honourable-
gesture or
Honourable
it's a
Smith.
fact.
Honorable Smith, let me read it all for you. Let me read this rule, Rule 37. The officer presiding may order a member to leave the chamber immediately for the remainder of the day of the sitting if the officer presiding is of the opinion that the member's conduct is grossly disorderly, or the member is deliberately contravening a provision of these rules, or the member is in contempt or disregarding the authority of the chair. I have made an appeal that all of us, let's refrain from debating with a person who's on the podium. If somebody is debating, you'll have an opportunity to correct whatever that is wrong. You can't rise on a point of order and debate with the person who's on the podium. let me, let me recognize Honorable Fab. Before I recognize you, let me address Honorable Labuskachen. Labuskachen. No, you are not recognized. I'm addressing you. You don't have a right to stand up and talk without being recognized. You must do as Honorable Faber is doing. Then I'll recognize you. You are not even recognized now. I'm recognizing Honorable Faber. I'm just addressing you that refrain from doing what you are doing. We are compromising the decorum of the House, Honorable Labuskachen. Honorable Faber, can you make your point?
Chairperson, thank you. Chairperson, it is very clearly that on this point of order of misleading the House, it is said that you have to have facts if you say someone is misleading the House. Now, we do have facts that this person, that is, this honorable member, is misleading the House. He cannot make any factual changes to the metros that we've won. So for him to come and mislead the House, we've got facts. Then I've got facts to say that he is misleading the House.
Let me make my ruling. Can you take your seat, all of you? No, can you take your seat? Honorable members, what Honorable Faber is raising, there's nothing wrong with it, it's correct. No member in the House can deliberately make a statement if that member knows that statement is false. You can't do that. That is correct. So, in terms of the rules, you can't deliberately make a statement in the House that you know it's false. So, on that basis, let's refrain from doing what we know is against the rule. Let's allow Honorable Nzimande to continue with the debate.
Honorable House Chair.
Honorable Faber.
Chairperson, I understand what you're saying. And it's a fact what we've been saying about the metros. Now, Honorable Nzimande is not talking the truth correctly. I'm not saying he's lying. So all I'm saying is he must then withdraw his statement.
Honorable, no, can you take your seat? You can't have a ruling on top of a ruling. Honorable Nzimande, in your speech, refrain from numbers that will present things that are inaccurate. Can you continue, Honorable Nzimande?
Chair,
no.
Chair, I respect your ruling, Chair.
Honorable Labuskachen, sorry, Honorable Nzimande. Honorable Labuskachen.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. I want to ask a question of clarity. In the ruling that before I stood up previously and you said to me that you didn't address me, you said that an honorable member in this House cannot stand up and make a point of order while someone is making a speech. Can you please clarify on that? Because this whole a whole chapter in this rule book is dedicated especially to those rules that we can make a point of order while somebody is debating.
Let me clarify. Honorable Labuskachen, I never said that. I said a member can't just stand up in the House and talk without being recognized. No member, I'm repeating it, no member in the House must stand up and talk without being recognized. I even made reference of Honorable Faber that emulate what is being done by Honorable Faber because he's doing it the correct way. Can you continue, Honorable Nzimande?
Thank you, Chair. For a record, Chairperson, and I'm not referring to any party, in Johannesburg Metro, there's no one who got 51% or 50%. In Tshwane, there's no political party that has received 50 or 51%. In Nelson Mandela Bay, there's no party that has received 51%. I don't know what that means, Chair. That means there's no party that has won those elections. But Chair, why am I raising these things, Chair? It's because
Honorable
Chair,
members,
the importance.
Honorable Nzimande. Honorable members, heckling is allowed, but you can't drown him. Yeah, heckling is allowed, but let's not drown the speaker on the podium. Can you continue, Honorable Nzimande?
Thank you, Honorable House Chair. I'm raising this in response to the fact that, Chair, we thank the voters for participating in the elections that was so successful. We thank them, Chair, not because we feel that we have lost the election, but we feel that the path we've undertaken through this constitution is now starting to mature with the constitution, because now people are more educated about their rights to participate and to make choices. And this is entrenched in the constitution. As the African National Congress Chair, we respect and we support the right of people to choose and to vote in the manner they decide to vote when they request it. We are saying, and we will continue to say so, Chair, that asinavalo and asesabi, Chair, because we are working. Sisebenza ubusuku nemini, and we will continue to work, Chair. We've worked for more than 100 years. We still adhering to our blueprint, Chair, the Freedom Charter. The 60-year-old Freedom Charter still guides us. Honorable Chairperson, the Constitution, and my colleagues have articulated this point very well, that our Constitution and the Freedom Charter, and I'm even amplifying it and saying they are twins, Chairperson, because we continue to implement that Freedom Charter. And that Freedom Charter, Chair, I like, for the purpose of my debate today and the contributions to this August debate of celebrating the 20 years of the Constitution, is reflecting upon the people shall govern. And Chairperson, when we talk that the people shall govern, we said, and we practice it, we've been practicing it for the past 22 years, Chair. We've done so as the NCOP and as the National Assembly, as provincial legislatures and local government. We are the only party as the African National Congress who came with the concept of imbizos. We are the only party that implements outreach programs. For the fact, and for a record here, Chair, that can be verified, opposition parties have been rejecting and fighting us for going to the people and for allowing people to participate. I don't even want to talk about the EFF because they don't participate in provincial weeks. They reject taking parliament to the people. And all of these are concepts of participatory democracy. And they are entrenched through the section 59 and 72 of the Constitution, Chair. And therefore, it is hypocritical when people come here and say, we uphold the Constitution on one hand when it suits them. And on one hand, they say to us, we must reject this important area of our Constitution, the participatory democracy, which is important for our people to participate in the matters that affect them, as the Freedom Charter says and as our Constitution says. Therefore, Chair, for the African National Congress, it is in order for us to celebrate these 20 years of this Constitution. And by doing so, accounting to our people that as the African National Congress, we are committed to their participation in their matters. We are committed to help them, to empower them to be their own liberators, to make sure that they participate with those they elected in elections. Hence, I was saying, Chair, I was not irrelevant when I was talking about elections, because that is part of participation in the democracy, the fundamental pillar of the Constitution, and that is to have a voice in electing who should represent you. This Constitution, Chair, that we are celebrating today encapsulate the importance of self-representation by the people, and they do so in a number of ways, in programs that we design. A number of them, Chair, the people's organ as the organ of governance, as the Freedom Charter called them. They include, Chair, your ward committees. They include transport forums. They include road safety committees. Many, even in, Chair, the institutions we sought to put as our programs. And these programs, Chair, are captured, by the way, on all the manifestos that we put in these past 22 years before the people. The people's, the social contract, the RDP.
Can you round up, Honorable Nzimande?
Oh, all right, the time was too short, but it's fine. Chair, as we said, as the African National Congress, we would like to thank the millions that voted for the African National Congress, and the biggest leading party in the seats in South Africa today is the African National Congress, in all combined. I thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Nzimande. The Chair of Chairs from Northwest Province, Honorable Mosala.
Honorable Chairperson, honorable members, it is with great sense of honor and privilege to be here and be part of the debate on the 20th anniversary of the adoption of the Constitution of the Republic of South Africa under the theme celebrating 20 years of the Constitution as a fundamental pillar of our democracy. The theme chosen to celebrate the birth of our Constitution is very apposite as we seek to form a new society built on the foundation of freedom and democracy. Honorable members, this process marked the end of apartheid rule and introduction of a new constitutional order, wherein all work towards a united, non-racial, non-sexist, democratic and prosperous society. However, we must never forget that our road to constitution writing was not easy and was achieved as a result of 2 years of public participation, intense negotiations, and significant headbutting between political parties, which then remains the foundation on which democracy rests. Honorable Chairperson, the Constitution whose adoption we celebrate constitutes an unequivocal statement that we refuse to accept that our being as South Africans shall be defined by race, color, gender, or historical origins. It provides the opportunity to enable each one and all to state their views, promote them, strive for their implementation in the process of governance without fear that a contrary view will be met by repression. It creates a law-governed society which shall be inimical to arbitrary rule. This year, South Africa celebrates 20 years of the adoption of the Constitution and constitutionalism. This momentous occasion presents an opportunity for us to reflect on how, as the nation, we have achieved in moving from our racist past to a new constitutional order. Our constitutional order, as a product of contentious adversarial negotiations, was intended to transform a diverse and deeply divided society. Therefore, the Constitution, the South African Constitution, remains an ambitious document and hope for the people of South Africa. Honorable Chairperson, the ideals set out in the text are, however, not utopian, and indeed reflects the hopes of solving the intractable social and moral ailments of a country emerging from centuries of dysfunctional social and political relationships. The constitutional goals as stipulated from the preamble, where it is stated that the Constitutional Assembly adopted the Constitution so as to 1, yield the division of the past, 2, establish a society based on democratic values, social justice, and fundamental human rights, 3, lay the foundations for a democratic and open society, 4, ensure that government of the country is based on the will of the people, 5, have every citizen equally protected by law, 6, improve the quality of life, 7, free the potential of each person, 8, build a united and democratic South Africa, and 9, enable the country to take its rightful place in the family of nations. Today, honorable members, we can pride ourselves in affirming the dignity our people have and a celebration of humanity. We can now proudly claim as a nation that millions of our people now have basic services such as water, electricity, sanitation, and housing. The release of the census 2015-2016 figures shows a definite picture of a country that is rapidly changing. They paint a picture of a country that has increased income levels, an improvement in the rollout of services and amenities, an increase in the levels of education. As part of our democratic culture, we have held as a nation successful national, provincial, and local elections to enhance democracy, and this rings true to our pledge in the Freedom Charter, prescripts, and I quote, which says, "No government can justly claim authority unless it is based on the will of the people," close quote. Honorable Chairperson, our Constitution, as a supreme law of the land, provides safeguards for the development and freeing of the potential of each person by promoting that the public administration must develop good human resource management and career development practices to maximize human potential. Honorable Chair, our Constitution promotes the values which underlie an open and democratic society based on freedom and equality. For this reason, we as a nation embrace diversity, differences, and contestation as part of the strength of South Africa's relatively young nation. It is our view as the ANC-led government that our new national identity must value human equality, justice, and equity. Our democratic state must always strive to expand, not limit or reduce the frontiers of human freedoms and liberties of all nations. Honorable members, we have put in place strong institutions as the ANC-led government, such as Chapter 9 institution and sound laws, to inculcate a culture of accountability by the state as part of democratic polity. The Constitution of our country, Honorable Chairperson, is the first primary law that seeks to define who we are as a people and what we value as a nation. The nation's shared vision and values, their collective dream and common aspirations, and their rights and freedom are all enshrined in the Constitution. Honorable members, the National Development Plan, as our roadmap, is the plan that outlines the type of society we are striving for in 2030, where no one is hungry, where everyone is able to go to school and further their studies if they wish, where work is available, where everyone is making a contribution because each person has been provided with what they need to reach their full potential, and all this are supported by the various substantive provisions of our Constitution. Honorable members, I want to state that the Freedom Charter is a broad framework on which the ANC-led government derives its policies, programs, and laws. So it is foolhardy for any member to come here to the podium and want to insinuate that the African National Congress-led government or the ANC has thrown or abandoned the Freedom Charter. Every piece of legislation emanates from the Freedom Charter. The Freedom Charter is the blueprint, is the framework in which all of us...
Honorable Mosala, sorry. Honorable Mokhosi.
The ANC ilatletse Freedom Charter mo matlakaleng. That is a fact, and I repeat.
Honorable Mokhosi, that is not a point of order. Can you continue? Can you conclude, Honorable Mosala?
Yeah, I'm almost done, Chair. Those who think as far as their nose is concerned will always put statements to the effect that the Freedom Charter is not the guiding document. Now, in conclusion, Honorable Chair, while we celebrate our achievement as a young nation, we must also look forward to the next 20 years and search forward to inquest to build a non-racial, non-sexist, and prosperous nation where rule of law and constitutionalism prevails. I thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. Thank you. Honorable Julius.
Thank you, Honorable House Chairperson. You know, Honorable Musala spoke, I only found out at the end he's actually a member of the ANC. He spoke as if he's in agreement with us that the President is actually, and the ANC is flouting the Constitution. Honorable House Chair, I cannot overemphasize the fact that this Constitution is a supreme law of the Republic of South Africa.
Honorable Julius, can you take your seat? Honorable Mohai.
Honorable Chair, I request you to rule that honorable members must not distort the member in our presence. Had nothing to say, had said everything correct.
Honorable Mohai, what you are doing, it's wrong. You are debating with the member who's at the podium. Order, members. Honorable Julius, can you continue?
If there are House Chairs continuing going on like this, so House Chairperson, this Constitution binds us all binds the legislative, executive, and judicial organs of the state at all levels of government. You know, celebrating 20 years of our Constitution is really about celebrating our fundamental rights as citizens of this country. We have made some strides in terms of our fundamental rights, most of it on paper. But we are miles away from relative freedom in our country. We gained our right to vote, for instance. You know, it is one thing to have a right to vote, and it's another to have that right denied by a sitting president when President Zuma stated that he cannot understand black people that voted for the Democratic Alliance, let alone a black person leading the DA. This is against the provision of our Constitution. It's against what we all fought for. And I didn't see anyone actually standing up to it. You know,
Honorable Julius, Honorable, order, honorable members, honorable members, I've already appealed to all of you that heckling is allowed, but you can't drown the speaker. Let us not drown him. Can you continue, Honorable Julius?
Thank you, House Chair. You know, yesterday, Deputy Minister Surti actually stated that, you know, the President is allowed in political speeches, he can say that unconstitutional things, but it's not in his government capacity. You know what? This Constitution is alive. This book is alive. It lives all day long, every week, every month, every year in this country for the past 20 years. So no one can break this law, this Constitution of ours, just willy-nilly because you want a vote from people. Honorable House Chairperson, I have a message for the President and also for Honorable Nzimande. You know, the people have voted, and yes, they include black people like me. They voted for Herman Mashaba in Johannesburg as mayor. They voted for Solim Simanga in Tshwane for mayor. They voted for Lynn Penel as mayor for Mogale City. They voted for Atul Trollip as mayor in Nelson Mandela Bay. They voted for Elsa van Lingen in Kouga. They didn't vote for her, and is he mayor? You lost it. You lost it fair and square. Take it and go back like you all said.
Julius. Honorable Dlamini.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I'm standing on a point of order. The honorable member is deliberately misleading the public. They were assisted by the EFF. They did not win. He's misleading the public.
I'm not sustaining the point of order. Can you continue, Honorable Julius?
Thank you, House Chairperson. I repeat, you lost. Honorable Nzimande, you lost. Honorable Duma, you already lost. And it is true. It is true, Honorable
Julius.
Member, that you will
Honorable
lose
Julius.
again. You lose the country. It's
Honorable
true.
Julius.
Oh, sorry.
Chairperson, please be consistent. You want this honorable member for the last time, that she's going to leave the house.
No.
Listen, I'm not finished.
Yeah.
Chairperson, please bear in mind that we are not in a stock fair here. We are not in a tuck shop. Please, Chairperson, be consistent and tell this member to leave the house because she was warned for the last time. The same thing happened to a member of the EFF. Please, Chairperson.
No, on what she did when she raised on a point of order, she was making a point of order. But unfortunately, that was not a point of order. It was not sustained, but it was she was raising a point of order, but it was dismissed. So can you continue, Honorable Julius?
Thank you, House Chair. You know, the people in these major metros in our country saw the racism and unconstitutional behavior of President Zuma and the ANC. You know what? They punish you because they believe in a constitutional democracy and unity in our country. They don't want to be divided along racial lines. Jacob Zuma, or President Jacob Zuma's ANC, you know, you will do anything for a vote, even breaking the law and taking us backwards. Chairperson, the ANC needs to be reminded of the harsh facts still very fresh in our people's minds. That's why they voted you out. That the South African government was in breach of the Constitution when it failed to arrest internationally wanted genocidal warlord al-Bashir. What can we expect from a president that is trying all tricks in the book not to face his 783 corruption charges in court? Honorable Stock, a full bench of the Constitutional Court handed down a unanimous judgment that found the President and the National Assembly had failed to uphold the Constitution and also affirming the powers of the public protector. Chairperson, I can go on and on. In conclusion, you know what? The fact is that the people of South Africa and in these metros and municipalities that we took over are tired of the same old rhetoric 20 years down the line. They want an opportunity for real freedom,
Honorable
opportunities
Julius.
for jobs and fairness through our Constitution. I thank you, Chair.
Thank you. The Honorable Chief Whip, Dr. Matime.
Honorable Chairperson, Honorable Minister in absentia, Excellency Councillor in our midst, distinguished special delegates, first and foremost, Chair, may I, on behalf of this august House, register our heartfelt condolences to the family of the one and only first Chief Whip of the National Assembly in the Republic of South Africa, Honorable Comrade. He was also an ambassador, a revolutionary of note, Ntate Stofile. Ka Sepedi ba re mokgapo o mogolo o wele, dinonyana di lla mahlogohlogo. Our heartfelt condolences to the family. Chairperson, as I'm seated there, I was filled with pride to see that indeed this house is behaving as an upper house of the Parliament of the Republic. Chair, to parody some of the learned people, it is the season of Brexit, Chair. Is the season of Donald Trump and Hillary Clinton. It is also the season of an endless war in Syria. It is the season of world migrants, some of whom drown in the seas of the world in search of a better life. South Africa, this is the global village of which you are part. In our country, Chairperson, the Republic of South Africa, it's a season of jubilation and celebration for those who have just won something in the last local government elections. It's also a season of regret and reflection for those who lost something in the same election. But Chairperson, I would wonder what the expression on Comrade Dumisane Makaye would be when he hears the opposition chanting the slogans of the ruling party. He used to believe that ANC is not only leading its membership and society, ANC also leads the opposition. Now, I think we've been good leaders. They are doing what we did to the past regime. They are doing it to us, but it's all in the name of the game. Time will tell. Chairperson, as we took our position in the family of nations, our transformation remains on course, Chairperson. Asinavalo, heartily we congratulate those who did well in the last elections, particularly one of our own member from this NCOP, the one and only Honorable Van Lingen. We are not jealous, asinanzondo. Honorable Chairperson, the year 2016 marks the most critical and defining moment in the history and evolution of our constitutional democracy, its institutions and the resultant task of nation building, reconstruction and development in South Africa. Accordingly, Chair, this represents the coming of age in the life of our nation that calls for robust and critical reflection on the route that South Africa as a country has traversed since the adoption of this constitution. Chairperson, as we celebrate our constitution in this debate, allow me to predicate my speech on its preamble, which reads, repeat, someone said it before me, we, the people of South Africa, recognize the injustice of our past, honor those who suffered for justice and freedom in our land, respect those who worked to build and develop our country, and believe that South Africa belongs to all who live in it, united in diversity, close quotes. Chairperson, as this debate coincides with the historic Women's Month in our country, it leaves me no option but to dedicate my speech to successive generations of courageous and selfless women of our country, united in diversity, who dedicated their lives to the cause of freedom and social emancipation as embraced by our Constitution. Chair, it is my submission, therefore, that in this debate, considering our own Constitution,
considering how our own constitution has advanced women's rights and gender equality in our country, does not only deserve a special place in this debate, but more importantly, deserves a fitting honor to those women who died in the line of duty for a free, non-racial, non-sexist, united, democratic, and prosperous South Africa. Chairperson, drawing on the resilience of these heroines of our struggle and the high premium attached to the women's rights and gender equality by the ANC-led government, we stand today proud of the 20 years of democratic governance and with a great sense of confidence about our future. Whatever hurdles are lying ahead, Chairperson, the future looks brighter day by day for the overwhelming majority of the women of our country. Chairperson, this debate represents a golden moment for celebration of the collective heritage of women of our country in the post-apartheid South Africa. We speak here of majority of women in the rural and urban areas of our country who did not have access to water and electricity prior to 27th April 1994, democratic breakthrough. Millions of poor and working class women of our country who have access to free medical services in our public health facilities today. And millions of South African women, black and white, who are today equal competitors with their male counterparts in the labor market. And Chairperson, and the women assembled here in this August House today as representatives of our people who could not do so prior to 1994 due to patriarchal and sexist domination engendered by apartheid colonial system. Chairperson, kwa magae, ga ba sarala metsi mo tlhogong, ga ba sarala dikgong, ba tseba o aina diaparo tša balekane ba bona, ka kwa mokhukhung go na le electricity, bana ba dira homework ka light ye e senang mešidi. Surely, life has improved for the better. Honorable Chairperson, South Africa has a good story to tell about the lives of women in the post-apartheid dispensation. At the center of this narrative, Chair, is how the past trials and tribulations that defined especially the life of a black woman is gradually receding into a permanent past. Chairperson, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development ranked South Africa number 4 out of 87 countries on the Social and Gender Index. The Social and Gender Index, Chair, is a measure of the social impact of state intervention on gender issues. Chairperson, this achievement is not a coincidence of history, but a conscious transformation agenda led by the African National Congress in pursuance of its strategic agenda of building a national, democratic, and caring society. Chairperson, critical to driving this agenda are institutions and structures like the Commission on Gender Equality, the Office of the Status of Women, that the ANC-led government has put in place post-1994 to advance gender transformation. It is only the ANC in this country that recognizes, Chairperson, the interconnection between race, class, and gender transformation as articulated in its strategy and tactics of 2007. Hence, Chairperson, the gender bias of all government policy interventions across state agencies and departments. Chairperson, today, South Africa stands top amongst communities of the world in terms of women leadership in the corporate and public sector. This is a result of many policy interventions, Chairperson, at various levels, like enrollment of more girls at schools and universities, affirmative action policies, and employment equity, amongst others. Chairperson, Child Support Grant and the National School Nutrition Program, as part of our social security intervention policies, have alleviated the burden of single and unemployed women from the stress of child poverty and hunger. Chair, I raise this point because the burden of raising children in our male-dominated society is a woman's first line of responsibility. And addressing children's needs, Chairperson, is an extension of women's freedom. Chairperson, on racism, we are making progress, though there is a lot still to be done, but our constitution, world-renowned constitution, makes provision that we all belong here, we all have to hold hands. And as this House Chairperson, we always say, we're not party political, we are about the people, and we've proved just that this evening. I thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. That concludes the debate and the business of the day. Let me take this opportunity to thank all of you, especially Salga, our special delegates, our Minister in absentia, Honorable Khatebe. Honorable members, you are requested to remain standing until the procession has left the chamber. The House is adjourned.